All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you're new. It's weird. I feel like I don't know. It's been a couple days. It's been a couple days since I've streamed, since we've talked. And I got slow mode on in the chat, and it's still flying. Maybe I'll have to increase that. But yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for waiting patiently, as always, for the show to actually start. Really quick here, make sure I got all my stuff up. Yeah, so not the stream I was actually expecting to do today. For people who were here a couple of hours ago, like really early, you probably noticed I had to completely change the title and thumbnail of the of the stream, because this is not at all what I was planning to discuss. But right after I created my stream, this is when the big news that everybody's been waiting for dropped, and that is that Microsoft won their court battle against the FTC. And obviously this has sparked a ton of conversation, and we've been covering this for, I mean, I know it's been over a year. It's been like a year and a half or something like that. I don't know. It feels like it's been longer than that. It feels like it's been multiple years. I don't think it's actually been multiple years, but we've been covering this thing for a long time now. And we have to go over this because it seems that this is the end. I could be wrong about that. I mean, we have to understand, like, with these types of situations, things are always changing, but it seems like this is actually the beginning of the end. And I don't know, it's because of that, it's created a lot of interesting conversation, and we'll dive into it. Severin, thank you for the $2 super chat, man. You're saying, hey, it's over, so it's closer anyway, right? Yeah, that's a big thing with the conversation today, is the fact that there have been other things that have happened previously that, you know, it's just kind of like been inching its way closer to the finish line. And there have been a lot of like road bumps and things to potentially stop it from happening or get in the way. And because of that, it's just kind of been in like this limbo. This, though, however, seems to indicate that this is about as close to being done and finished and final as we're going to get until that day actually happens, which could happen as soon as next week. But I'm going to read to you guys the situation, let you know what's going on. Before I do that, though, I just want to, remind everybody ways you can help support the channel. If you appreciate what I do, consider becoming a channel member. Certainly helps. If you are already a channel member, please consider gifting channel memberships. Or if you want, also consider donating a super chat. These three things basically allow you to support what I do here directly, and I greatly appreciate it. Helps me out a lot. Big shout out to everybody who supports the channel. But, just being here, viewing, watching, hitting that like button. So yeah, if you appreciate the stream, hit that like button. But I have an article here from VGC. It says Microsoft has won its U.S. court case to acquire Activision Blizzard. Microsoft has been cleared to acquire Activision Blizzard in the United States after winning its court battle with the FTC, or the Federal Trade Commission. On Tuesday, Judge Jacqueline Scott Corley of the United States District Court for the Northern District of California denied the FTC's motion for a preliminary injunction. Had it been granted, the injunction would have blocked the $69 billion deal from being completed until the U.S. regulators' in-house court had a chance to rule on whether the merger hurt competition in the games industry. Judge Corley's ruling concluded, quote, Microsoft's acquisition of Activision has been described as the largest in tech history. It deserves scrutiny. That scrutiny has paid off. Microsoft has committed in writing, in public, and in court to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation for 10 years on parity with Xbox. It made an agreement with Nintendo to bring Call of Duty to Switch, and it entered into several agreements for the first time to bring Activision's content to several cloud gaming services. This court's responsibility is, in this case, is narrow. It is to decide if, notwithstanding these current circumstances, the merger should be halted, perhaps even terminated, pending resolution of the FTC administrative action. For the reasons explained, the courts find the FTC has not shown a likelihood it will prevail on its claim. This particular vertical merger in this specific industry may substantially lessen competition. To the contrary, the record evidence points to more consumer access to Call of Duty and other Activision content. The motion for the preliminary injunction is therefore denied. End quote. Responding to the news, Microsoft President Brad Smith said, quote, "We are grateful to the court in San Francisco for this quick and thorough decision and hope other jurisdictions will continue working towards a timely resolution. As we've demonstrated consistently throughout this process, we are committed to working creatively and collaboratively to address regulatory concerns," end quote. Pending the outcome of a possible appeal by the FTC, the ruling removes one of the last major obstacles preventing the deal from being completed. The European Commission approved Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard in May. The ruling arrived shortly after the UK's Competition and Markets Authority decided to block the deal, which it claimed would stop the acquisition from happening globally. Microsoft's appeal against the UK Competition Watchdog's decision to prevent the deal is scheduled to be heard in a court case beginning on July 28th. For its part, Microsoft wants to try and push the deal through before the current merger agreement expires on July 18th, after which Activision Blizzard could walk away with $3 billion in termination fees if the extension is not agreed upon. So yeah, that is pretty much the entirety of it. And it was quite a bit to take in, but essentially the FTC, as we know, they took Microsoft to court. They wanted that preliminary injunction because there was a very high chance if the FTC won this and they got that preliminary injunction, Microsoft would have walked away from this deal and it essentially just would have fell through. But they lost. And because of that, Microsoft has won its biggest battle. And this is pretty much all going to come down to the CMA. And as we read at the end of this article here, they need to get this deal closed by the 18th, or they need to get it. They need to get an extension. Now, I don't know how that works. I don't know how an extension happens. I don't know if it's simply just Microsoft and Activision get together and agree to extend it. I don't know. But what seems clear is this is going to go through. To me, it's obvious that Microsoft is willing to do anything at this point. Anything. Microsoft did not come this far to have the CMA stop them. And the fact that they basically just steamrolled the FTC like it was nothing, pretty much, again, to me, it makes it obvious that this thing is going to go through. And if that means that Microsoft has to, do something drastic with the UK market, to me, it seems clear they're willing to do that. Michael Lynch, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. You're saying Tom Cruise Day. Just like to go fight against the subscription service by not going Xbox, I fight against subscription-only movies by going to the theater. The new Mission Impossible opens up today to a 98%. I did see that, yeah. I feel like I saw the last Mission Impossible movie, and it was really good. So I'll probably have to look into this one. But yeah, man, I hope you enjoy it. And that's kind of how I am with movies. When there's a movie that I really, really want to see, I go to the theater to watch it. But, I do watch a lot of movies through Netflix still and whatnot. But man, that theater experience can't replace it. But I appreciate the super chat, Michael. And we have the Sultan becoming a channel member. Huge shout out to the Sultan. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for the Sultan. Really appreciate that, man. Welcome aboard. Thank you for the support. And just a reminder, if anybody is currently a member, please consider gifting some memberships if that's something you want to do. Axis Hawk, a member for 13 months. Appreciate that support, man. You're saying Microsoft has also mutually agreed with the CMA to work something out, so I think this deal will pass. Did they? I don't know if that's like breaking news. Maybe that's something I missed, but yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like it's over. It is over. This was it. This was like the big major hurdle. The CMA, the CMA can still stand by their decision, but Microsoft will find a way. Like they will find a way clearly to get this deal to close. That's the point. I think that the reason why this is such a big deal is because this pretty much is the signal. This is like the signal flare in the sky that like this, you know, saying Google CMA. Let me see. Microsoft and UK. This is being reported by The Verge. Microsoft and UK regulators agreed to pause their Activision battle to negotiate. Microsoft and the UK's Competition Markets and Authority, or the CMA, have both agreed to pause their legal battle over the proposed Activision Blizzard acquisition in order to further negotiate. Microsoft has just won a separate ruling with the U.S. federal court against the FTC, and the CMA is the last regulator preventing the Xbox maker from completing its deal. The UK regulator moved to block Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision Blizzard in April, and Microsoft was due to appeal the decision with the hearing set to start on July 28th. So it says, after today's court decision in the U.S., our focus now turns back to the U.K. While we ultimately disagree with the CMA's concerns, we are considering how the transaction might be modified in order to address those concerns in a way that is acceptable to the CMA, end quote. That's what Microsoft's president, Brad Smith, said in a statement to The Verge. Quote, in order to prioritize work on these proposals, Microsoft and Activision have agreed with the CMA that that a stay of the litigation in the UK would be in the public interest, and the parties have made a joint submission to the Competition Appeal Tribunal to this effect, end quote. The CMA confirmed the decision in a statement to The Verge, noting that the regulator is, quote, ready to consider any proposals from Microsoft to restructure the transaction in a way that would address the concerns set out in our final report, end quote. Yeah. Ooh, that's it. See, this is interesting because this just came out. I wasn't aware of this. To me, this is the second signal today that this is over. Because, now suddenly the CMA, now that the FTC is lost publicly, now the CMA is like, yeah, we'll talk, Microsoft. We'll talk. So it seems to me that this is only going to end one way. I don't want to say that definitively, of course. That's just my opinion. That's based off of what I'm seeing. The Mark Shark, thank you for the $5, man. You're saying they're buying out the industry. They will own all the biggest IP, Call of Duty, Elder Scrolls, Fallout, Diablo, Overwatch, etc., because they have money, not talent. Well, the Mark Shark, I mean, we've been having this conversation for a long time, and I stand by a lot of what I've said. Not much has changed. I think it's obvious that Microsoft has struggled to really create the top tier, upper echelon games that define the industry. And they had that with Halo, and they completely fumbled it. They've had that multiple times, and they fumbled it multiple times. And it's their own fault, But there was really only one of two outcomes for Microsoft, because it's Microsoft. This isn't a small corporation. This isn't a small company. This isn't some indie. There was only going to be one of two outcomes. Either they get the axe because they messed it up and they don't want to waste any more money on this. They don't want to waste any more resources, that being Microsoft. Or they win the only way, pretty much the only option left. We have to buy our way in. That was their only option. Because I've talked many times in the past about how, I think Microsoft should refocus their efforts. They should really try to focus on the studios they have. They should try to seriously invest in talent and really nurturing their IP and building it up and really becoming a competitive force that way. But, it's just the reality of that happening, as much as I hate to say, it's just the truth. Like, that was probably never going to happen. That was probably never going to happen. And so when you consider the fact that they created Game Pass is their new way forward, they just, they made the decision, we're just going to buy publishers. And one publisher isn't going to be enough. We need two publishers. And that's the thing is like, this is the beginning of mass industry consolidation. The fact that Microsoft just steamrolled the FTC, I mean literally steamrolled right through them, this is the beginning of mass industry consolidation. And where that leads, well, I'm not a fortune teller. I don't know what the future looks like, but if we look at other industries, we see what happens when mass consolidation begins. We kind of have an idea of where it ends, and it's kind of a mixed bag. There's some scenarios, there's pros and cons to it, essentially. There's pros and cons to all of these different scenarios and all of these different situations. I mean, as much as I want to sit here and say that it's over, they're going to kill the gaming industry, this is going to lead to mass consolidation and everybody's just going to get the shit end of the stick. I don't know that. A lot of people right now are actually looking at it the opposite way. A lot of people are looking at it as, yo, I'm subscribed to Game Pass. This is a massive win for Game Pass, and you get more games. And I totally understand that. And that is something as a consumer that's worth celebrating. But the thing that has always kind of stuck out to me here, and I understand that a lot of people think that, oh, well, MBG, you're a PlayStation fan. You just view Sony as the good guy, right? Sony's the good guy. Sony can do no wrong. I've made it clear many times, Sony is not innocent at all. Sony is very guilty of a lot of things. Sony is a greedy corporation, just like the rest of them. They're no different in that sense. I just happen to be fond of a lot of the games that Sony produces, like their console. I like the ecosystem. I like the platform. And I also respect the way that they have handled their studios over the years. That is a big thing about PlayStation that has always stood out to me, is I've really respected the way that they grew their studios and grew their IP. And I always just had this desire that Microsoft would do the same thing. And they didn't. They tried, but it just didn't work out that way for them. And obviously, I've gotten very frustrated over the years to see how it went down for them. But the reality of all of this is these are trillion-dollar corporations. And it's about the bottom line. It's about winning, not just outdoing the competition. It is about having the most market share. It is about finding ways to get the leg up on the competition. That's all this has always been about. And Microsoft won. They won in this instance. And once this deal is going to close. That's another thing that I want to point out here that's important to mention. The biggest thing about this news today, Microsoft winning against the FTC, the deal's going to close probably in the next couple weeks. And when this deal closes, that's it. It is like, that's when it's like, okay, this entire situation is done and over with. But at that point, there's no one knows what happens after that. And that's kind of the catch-22 of the situation, where there are basically two different minds right now. There's one mindset that, you're saying I'm lagging right now? Hopefully I'm not. I will close these tabs though. One mindset says that this is the beginning of the end, right? Like the fact that Microsoft could just come in, buy who they want, buy some of the biggest, most valuable IP like it's nothing, just throw their money around and basically win that market share and compete in that way. They're just going to keep doing that. I don't know. I don't know. I could sit here and I could say that it's not the beginning of the end, because this is it for Microsoft. They have Bethesda, they have Activision Blizzard, and they're good. That's all they're going to need for Game Pass. I could say this is the beginning of the end, because now they're just going to keep buying everybody. But a lot of people feel like, well, maybe this being the beginning of the end isn't a bad thing. And keep in mind, I'm just trying to speak from other perspectives. I have my own perspective and my own opinion, but what's clear is that a lot of people are rooting for Microsoft. And the reason why they're rooting for Microsoft is because of Game Pass. It is because any publisher you buy, any game you own, I get that in Game Pass. And I only have to pay a certain amount of money for Game Pass, and pretty much a cheap price, right, to get into Game Pass. And that's how it's always going to be. It might, I mean, no, we don't know I will just say Microsoft just recently increased the price of Game Pass right before, all this is happening. So I don't know. I don't know what the future holds. All I know is that I'm skeptical. I'm very skeptical about this notion of a multi-trillion-dollar corporation being on my side. That I do know. And before anybody says it, I know Sony's not on my side. I know Sony wants my money. I know Sony wants to bleed me for as much money. They want to take as much money from me as they can. I understand that. I'm well aware. Like it's pretty obvious. I become very skeptical when a multi-trillion-dollar corporation basically comes to me and says, we just want to save you money. Maybe. For how long? That's my question. Who's paying the price here? That's another question I have. And that's just kind of a natural question that I have as somebody who follows the industry, and I'm trying to look at the bigger picture where it's like, I don't know. I'm always just skeptical of that type of demeanor from big corporations. Let me see here. We got the Caped Crusader, member for 27 months. Appreciate that, dude. You're saying we should all be very happy for Microsoft. Competition is great and needed. Microsoft had a great summer showcase, while Sony took us fans for granted. Yeah, that's one silver lining here that I've spoken about before, and I'll never be against it. I'll never be against the idea of Sony having to work harder and do more to maintain their position, because that's just going to mean more for us. And I have no problem with that. Like, one of the things that I'm very happy about with this news is the fact that it is seemingly over. Like, going forward, Sony should have zero role in this. That's my assumption anyway. That's my hope. Sony should have zero role in this. Because why would they? Like, dude, the FTC just got annihilated. Sony can't do anything, obviously. And there's an argument to be made that Sony has done nothing but actually hurt themselves the more that they've gotten involved with this. So the fact that this is seemingly coming to an end, to me, the silver lining there is, okay, Sony, please relieve yourself of this, right? Of whatever this burden is that you're carrying, and where it's like you're going to try to fight this. It's over. Microsoft is going to close this deal, and there's nothing Sony can do about it. There's not a damn thing in the world Sony or Jim Ryan or anybody over there at Sony can do about it. So my hope then is that Sony kind of gets that message and just says, okay, well, we have to just now think about how we, PlayStation, are going to operate in an industry where Microsoft is rolling around, just like rolling up to publishers and being like, we'll take you. I really do have to wonder what Sony's response is, if they even have a planned response. What is their plan here? I don't know. But all I know is that I'm ready for them to move on. And maybe they don't have a plan. Maybe the plan is as simple as we'll just keep doing what we're doing, and that's it. And that's it. That's fine too. But I'm ready for Sony to just let this go. I'm ready to let this go because it's just been going on for too long, man. And we have our answer now. So the Caped Crusader, I do agree with that perception, right? Or that perspective, not perception, but the perspective of it's not necessarily all bad, right? Like I said, there's pros and cons to it all. And right now, one of the pros is it will increase competition. It literally has to increase competition. Sony cannot just, I guess they can. What I mean to say is it would be very surprising to me if Sony was like, yeah, we wanted to try to stop this and we didn't. And that's it. Like nothing, we're not going to do anything differently. Nothing's going to change at all. I have to imagine that this is going to light a big fire under Sony's ass where it's like, dude, you guys have been in the top spot for a long time now. And this behemoth of a company is just, they're making some of the biggest moves ever made in any industry. Like it wouldn't make much sense to not do anything and not react at all. That would actually be a little bit concerning because if Sony decided to do nothing, I would be a little bit concerned that it's like, I get, unless they just are like, we're not competing with Microsoft anymore, right? That would be weird. B Flesher, you're saying, I hope Sony doesn't buy a big publisher because that will allow Microsoft to buy Capcom or Sega, and their defense will be Sony's acquisition. Yeah, well, that's the thing here, man, is we've talked about this as well in the past, where what Microsoft is doing is they are escalating. They are escalating. I know, like, a lot of people, we talk about monopolies, we talk about dominance, we talk about one company wanting to kill the other, and it's like, yeah, we all know these things. Like, we all know, at least we should know, that the end goal of any of these companies is to eradicate the competition. We all know that. This isn't about being friends and playing nice. And if they have to play nice, it's because because of that, they have to play nice. They don't want to, they have to. When you keep this in mind, you realize that what we are witnessing, what people are celebrating right now, and I'm not saying this is a good or bad thing, but what people are celebrating on the internet right now is escalation. Microsoft proved with their showcase that they just had, they can compete just fine without Activision Blizzard. They proved that, look, we have many studios, we have many games, and we have some very big games. We have all of Bethesda. They proved they can compete with Sony and Nintendo with that showcase. But they are still out here, aggressively pursuing Activision Blizzard. Why do you think that is? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this isn't about anything other than dominance. And them wanting to aggressively pursue Activision Blizzard, even after proving that they can, in fact, compete with what they have now, is, it is proof that they just want to escalate this further and further. And it's not going to stop. That's why I'm saying that this is the beginning of mass consolidation. It really is not going to stop at all. And, this idea of Sony responding by buying a publisher of their own. I don't think anybody would be shocked, right? Like, if Sony came out and was like, well, you know what? This thing is done. They're closing this deal. We need to secure a publisher of our own. It wouldn't be shocking at all. In fact, I really am sitting here wondering, like, if that is Sony's plan. But it doesn't really help anything. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make anything better. If anything, it just makes things worse. And I really hope that Sony's response isn't, we need to go buy a publisher, because then that's just further escalation, man. But I don't know that it matters what I want or what I hope for, because this is what's happening. Like, Microsoft, they did start this when they decided to buy Bethesda. And I'm not saying they're again, I know, because everybody is very defensive right now. I'm not going to sit here and say that Microsoft is totally wrong or anything like that. I'm just saying that when they decided we are going to buy Bethesda, they sent a crystal clear message throughout the industry. And that message is, we're not fucking around anymore. We don't know if you're fucking around, but we're not. And that's where you look at just how much that has been proven now that they're going for Activision Blizzard. And in the meantime, Sony's been making acquisitions of their own. Sony has been acquiring some small to medium studios, and they've been doing so at a pretty good rate. And they acquired Bungie, which I would say is actually a very large studio. So it's not like Sony hasn't been responding in their own way. They have been. But we still don't really have an answer to the question. It's like, okay, but like, is Bungie enough? Right? Is Housemarque? Is Bluepoint? Is Firesprite? Is Firewalk? Are these studios that you're buying individually alongside Bungie, is this enough to secure your future, like your long-term future, when your competition is buying literal titans like ABK and Bethesda? And so, you're saying you hope Sony doesn't buy a publisher because then Microsoft is essentially going to turn around and say, well, see, like Sony they're escalating further and they're buying their own publisher, so we should be allowed to buy another. I don't know. I don't know if that would happen. I do feel relatively confident in saying that I don't think Microsoft's going to stop until they are forced to stop. And I don't know when that happens. A lot of people feel right now this is the point where Microsoft should be forced to stop, right? Like a lot of people feel like they shouldn't be allowed to have ABK. It's too big, it's too much. But clearly they're going to get them. And what happens after that? Like I don't think Microsoft, I could be wrong. It could be their plan, but I just don't believe Microsoft's just going to sit back, smoke their cigar and say, "Well, we're set now." No, I think it's like, well, if we could get Bethesda and if we could get Activision Blizzard, who else can we get? Who's going to stop us? You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how far this is allowed to go. I don't know how far it can go. I don't know if anybody actually knows. Maybe nobody knows. And maybe we're just going to all find out together, It'll be interesting. The Caped Crusader, you're saying, if I'm Microsoft, I'll make COD exclusive. I don't give a fuck. Well, I get where that's coming from, Caped Crusader, but when you consider the amount of money you're going to be purposely leaving on the table, you know what I'm saying? Like, keep in mind, you're spending $68 billion. The goal is to make that money back eventually. Just every quarter raking in that Call of Duty PlayStation money, just raking it in and not having to lift a finger. You're on a pretty good track there, I'd say, to start recovering that investment and potentially getting it to where it's got to go, and hopefully it paying off. I did see people were mentioning that Sony they still have not signed that contract. I don't know if they will. It is weird to me that it's like, I guess technically, when this deal closes, I guess technically Microsoft could just pull the rug out from underneath Sony and be like, yeah, you guys never signed the deal, so we're not releasing Call of Duty on your platform. But again, like, when you consider how much that would hurt Microsoft, that would obviously do a severe amount of damage to Sony because it would be so abrupt. But that would also hurt Microsoft a lot because it's like, what do you mean you're not collecting that PlayStation money? And that's why I feel like it's important when we have these conversations to keep in mind that a lot of people are going to say, like, it should or shouldn't be exclusive for these reasons, but you have to just follow the money. In the long run, I'll tell you this, in the distant future, maybe like when Microsoft makes their money back on this acquisition, assuming that Call of Duty is still as big as it is, or maybe even bigger in the future, and maybe even making more money than it is, in the long-term future, when those 10-year contracts are up, I could see Microsoft just one day being like, hey, the next iteration of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 6, whatever, we're just going to make that exclusive. It's so far away. It's like impossible to know what their long-term plan really is. But I've always maintained that the fact that Microsoft is doing what they're doing with Starfield And I know Starfield's not Call of Duty. I'm not comparing them. I'm just pointing out the fact that Microsoft has proven they are willing to buy and make exclusive. Like, they are willing to do that. And I just feel like that's something we have to keep in the back of our minds when we consider the long term. Microsoft has really tried they've tried with, I mean, it's funny to think about. They've really went above and beyond during this whole process to explain, like, well, this is why Starfield's exclusive, right? And this is why Redfall was exclusive. And this is why Bethesda games are exclusive. And this is why future Call of Duty games aren't going to be exclusive. But the fact remains that your reasoning could change at any moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point. Is your reasoning is sound. It is, but that doesn't mean it can't change. Hence the contracts. But again, even the contracts are not permanent. The contracts are 10 years. Now, if it's true, I will say that I will give Microsoft this credit. Okay, I will give them this credit. If Microsoft truly does view Call of Duty the same way they view Minecraft, then I do trust them in the sense that there's no reason, they're not going to make it exclusive. But I don't know if that's true. I mean, that's what they say. It makes financial sense, and that's why I kind of feel okay trusting it, but we're going to have to wait to see, man. I mean, even though we do have an answer today, we do have a solution, not a solution, or resolution, I mean, but we have pretty much a clear path forward, as clear as it's going to get for now. And that is that this thing is going to close. Microsoft got their way here. They won. There are still many questions that are unanswered. And I think the funniest situation is like in the next 2 to 3 years after they get Activision Blizzard, if it's nothing changed. Like I would be shocked if everything Microsoft said is true. If Microsoft really is not out here to stomp on Sony and to basically beat the shit out of them, and it's just Sony's still doing great and they're doing fine and they're getting along just fine with Microsoft, and Call of Duty's doing great on PlayStation, and pretty much all future Activision Blizzard games are coming to PlayStation, I would be shocked. I'd be like, wow, this Sony really had nothing to do with this. But it's difficult to just wholeheartedly buy into that notion after what they did with Bethesda and what they're still doing with Bethesda. So we'll see, man. Gamer Live Studio, you're saying, I feel bad for Sony, JK, LOL. Sony got to step up. Yeah, I don't feel sorry for Sony. I just, the way I feel about Sony right now is pretty much the way you feel. It's look, you may not be worth trillions of dollars, Sony. Sony, you may not be worth trillions of dollars, but you're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You have a lot going for you. You have a lot of power, and you still have the most important thing in your corner right now in gaming, and that is you have the market share. So, it is one of these things where it's Sony, I think you need to just accept that you've lost this battle. The war is clearly not over. And do what you got to do, man. Whatever that may be. I don't want to sit here and say that I know what's best for Sony going forward, or I know what's best for Microsoft. I don't. But I just hope, I guess that the last thing I want to see is Sony do nothing. You know what I mean? That's the last thing I would want to see. We got Jay Pierce. Jay Pierce coming in, gifting a channel membership. Really appreciate that, dude. Let's get some W's in the chat for Jay. Thank you so much, man. And we also have Mitul Patel becoming a channel member as well. Shout out to you, man. We need to get some W's in the chat for these guys. Really appreciate that support. Really appreciate the continued support. Bossman Davey 1980, you're saying at the end of the day, we're heading toward an all digital gaming industry and Microsoft knows it. Ugh, I mean, you're not wrong, right? We are rapidly approaching that. I want to believe it's going to be a long time, another 10 years plus before even longer than that, dude. I mean, you can still go out there and buy CDs, right? I mean, nobody, pretty much nobody's buying CDs, but you can buy Blu-rays, you can buy CDs. I don't want to. I don't want to reach a point in the gaming industry where the dominant players are just like, we're going all digital and there are no other options. I don't want to see that. But it is true that gaming subscription services like Game Pass, like PlayStation Plus, they facilitate that a lot quicker. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with digital, by the way, because I know that there are a lot of people who like digital. I have no problem with digital. I just prefer options. That's all. I like to have the option. I just don't want to see video game publishers, especially the dominant players, remove those options. And right now, it doesn't seem like they're going to. Like, even with Starfield, there was that rumor or a confusion. It wasn't a rumor. There was confusion that apparently if you bought a physical copy of Starfield, it wasn't actually going to come with a disc. I was like, no way, dude. Like, that's not good. Because that's just not good. Nobody should be okay with that. And it turns out, no, it was a mistake. It is going to have it. And I'm like, okay, I hope the entire game's on the disc or most of it, right? You would hope. But I don't want to... I don't want a future where it's all digital. I don't think that would be good for anybody. I really don't think it would be. But you're right. Microsoft does. They do want that. And that is something that Sony and Microsoft, ironically enough, have in common. You better believe both Sony and Microsoft would love for everything to just be digital only. It cuts out the middleman and they get all the money. You know? They don't have to share it. So, MBG will embrace digital eventually. I mean, maybe. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that that's not a possibility. It could be, but I'll always, as long as the option's there, I will support it. Gamer Life Studio again. Thank you for the 5, man. You're saying it's funny how Sony so-called got games and making billions of dollars, but yet Sony can't make an FPS. But The Last of Us 2 had 300 employees, over $200 million. The fuck? Well, so here's some good news, Gamer Live Studio. Sony does have at least one first-person shooter in development. It is shocking to me. Like, I do not blame you, Gamer Live Studio, or anybody for not knowing what I'm talking about. How could you? Because the way Sony announced this, no one even knew it was a first-person shooter. And we have no idea if it's going to be good. But Sony, they acquired that studio Firewalk recently. It was like a month or two ago. I think it was 2.5 months ago, something like that. They announced that they acquired them. And this studio Firewalk has been working on a AAA competitive first-person shooter. A PvP FPS for, I don't know, like 5 years now. And it's called Concord. It was announced at the PlayStation Showcase. Yes, that's right. A new first-person shooter was announced at the PlayStation Showcase. And no one knew. And the reason why was because for some reason, this is how smart they are, they were like, let's announce it with a CG trailer that gives no indication that this is a first-person shooter. I had to learn that they were working on a first-person shooter through the blog post. So I don't blame anybody for not realizing, and I don't understand the logic behind that. Maybe that was done purposely, so it couldn't be used against them in court. Maybe if they're like, if we're really discreet about this, it can't be used against us. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of why they would do that, but Sony does have a first-person shooter in development. I mean, look, I'm not saying it's going to be the next COD. There's no chance Concord is going to be Call of Duty, but it is something. And I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt because people have been begging Sony to make a first-person shooter for literally years. And yeah, it's just somebody saying, why not Killzone or Resistance? I don't get that either. My guess is that the studio Firewalk, they were making this game before Sony had anything to do with it from the beginning. And they just like, Sony happened to come across it and like, this looks really good. You know what I mean? Saying, MBG, you are too apologetic to Microsoft. They don't deserve it. They are monsters. Well, I mean, I feel like that it's a bit loaded, right? Because it's like to sit here and say that Microsoft are monsters and that like Sony or Nintendo or, all these other corporations, they're not monsters. It's like, dude, look, these are people who they're being paid millions of dollars a year, sometimes hundreds of millions, right? They're being paid a lot of money to make this company as much money as they can, to make the shareholders as much money as they can, to facilitate that. That's their job. I'm not going to sit here and say that those people are monsters. I'm just going to say that they have one job and one goal. And that's it, man. And I know like people want me to go one way or the other. I'm not, to be clear, like I am still concerned about what this means for the industry. I am. I am concerned about Microsoft and their long-term play here. Because that's the thing is I can't say what I just said and then, like you said, be apologetic and forgiving to Sony or Microsoft in this case. Because it's like, no, you have to look at it through the lens that this is about money, this is about control, this is about power, this is about winning, it's about being number one. And because of that, I'm always skeptical. I mean, even with Sony, I'm very skeptical about their live service push, and that's something that I think, as a PlayStation fan, I am nervous about, right? Like I want to try to be optimistic. I want to assume that they're going to try to make some good games, and hopefully they will. And some of them I am looking forward to, but there is a concern where it's like, dude, we've seen what happens in the live service space, and a lot of it's not good. And the idea that Sony is not walking to that, they are full-blown sprinting to that, is concerning. But it's no different with Microsoft, where it's like what they're doing with their subscription model and all these, being in charge of all these studios, taking on all this overhead, having to run all that, and knowing that they just want to keep eating things up and bringing them in, there's concern there. That's what Microsoft's sprinting towards. And because of that, there's concern. So, the only thing I don't necessarily feel too much concern for are the things that are already here and kind of working, right? Sony with their single player games. I feel like Microsoft has a pretty good thing going with their studios right now. I'll be honest. Like I after walking away from that Xbox showcase, I feel like they have a pretty good thing going. Like they're in the best position I've ever seen them in. Truly. When it comes to, you have the studios, you have the developers, you have the games, you have the content. And it's all on the horizon now. It's not way out there. It's approaching rapidly. So this is where I worry, man. I worry about like, okay, well, Sony is rapidly going towards live service games, even though their single player games are their bread and butter and doing amazing for them. I kind of get it. They want that safety net. But Microsoft, they now have their studios. They have their games coming. They have Bethesda, and they have Bethesda games coming. But now they're still sprinting towards something beyond that. And so it's a scenario where I'm just generally skeptical about these different directions they're all going in. And it's not about necessarily being apologetic towards one or the other. Right now, I'm pretty happy with PlayStation. I'm satisfied with most of what they're doing, and I'm looking forward to most of what they're doing. And again, I think Xbox is in a great position. I just feel like there's like something beneath the surface here. Like I think everybody can kind of sense that, and I think that's why these conversations get so heated a lot of times. Like everybody can sense there's something underneath the surface, something big, but we can't quite identify what it is. We don't really know whether or not we should really be worried about it. And so I think a lot of people are kind of just, they're picking their kind of corners where it's like, well, I'm convinced it's something bad. And then there's somebody and in the other corners, I'm convinced it's something great. And in reality, it might be neither. It might be something totally, I don't want to say indifferent, but just something that's like, it turns out it's not great. It's not horrible. It's just kind of, this is what it is. That's it. And that might be, that might be where it goes, man. That might be where it goes. Stephen Keen, you're saying, how will Sony respond? I'm excited to see. I am too. That's my thing, man. It's like we've kind of talked about Sony in this way where it's like Sony's notorious these days for being quiet and you know, not really being that engaged with the community, and they're seemingly always kind of in the shadows. I'm assuming that's going to have to change, right? Right? Surely it has to. And let me get to Brian Jemison here with a $50 super chat. Let's get some W's in the chat for Brian. Really appreciate that, dude. That is a huge donation there. And yeah, man, I really, really appreciate that type of support, dude. Means a lot. Means a lot. Let me read what you said here, Brian. You said, "What's up, MBG? First time catching one of your live streams in a while. By the way, love the portrait of the stacked PlayStation consoles in the background." I'm glad you like it, man. Yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's a pretty cool picture. You know, I've never seen it before, and I'm like, I had all these consoles. You know, it's the nostalgia factor. So I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you like it. You're saying it's your first time catching a live stream in a while. Yeah, I've been streaming a lot more lately, man. Took a little break recently. I mean, obviously things have been slowing down a lot up until this point, but yeah, man, I'm glad you could be here, and I'm glad you could show some support for the channel in such a big way, dude. I really, really do appreciate that. And I will say, I'm glad you pointed out that that console portrait in the background there, because I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I know it's a little nerdy. I know, but I saw it. I'm like, dude, I don't know. I just thought it was so cool. Like the idea of stacking the consoles on top of one another. So I really appreciate that $50, man. Saying MBG being neutral now that he's losing. It's not so much being neutral, man. Right? Like because all the things that I'm saying, I've actually said previously. The difference is that I'm just kind of over it. You know, like I get it. Like people want to see me get worked up and whatever. It's like, dude, I've already, those moments already exist. And dude, I don't know what you're talking about either. Like, what am I losing, bro? I've spent the last 3 days just just totally living in Final Fantasy 16, man. I couldn't even, I had to break away from Final Fantasy 16 to be here with you guys. And it's been great, man. And even though there was like no gaming news, and that's really why I was just like, I'm going to take a break, play some Final Fantasy, just enjoy myself. It's middle of summer. Everybody's probably doing their own thing. I got to say, man, like the only reason I'm being so optimistic right now is simply because I'm just glad it's finally coming to an end. And I mean that. Like I've given my hot takes, my opinions, I've had my rants. I've said everything I could possibly say. Mitul Patel comes in with a $20 super chat to say, "It looks very stupid." Thanks, man. Really, really appreciate it. You know what? I'll take the 20. I'll take the 20, bro. If you want to pay me $20, man, to tell me it looks very stupid, then by all means. By all means. Mitul Patel coming in here and ruining the flow. Ruining the flow. No, I appreciate it, dude. It looks very stupid. Well, hey, man. Hey, one thing that's clear though is you either love it or you hate it. Okay, that's the reality. You either love it or you hate it. That's been made clear today. But what the hell was I just saying? Oh yeah, getting back on track here. But thank you for the 20, man. Getting back on track here. The thing that is outweighing, William, you're saying I missed your super chat. Oh, I'll get to it, man. I have a couple super chats that I'm behind. Let me say this last thing, and then I'll catch up with them here. So just hang tight for me for a second. The thing that is outweighing any negative feelings I may have is simply that I am genuinely glad for it to be over, because I've ranted over and over again. I've given my heavy-handed opinions and my takes, and I've allowed, the emotional aspect of it to kind of take the wheel. And I get that, it's entertaining and it's interesting. And a lot of it, it is, it's not that I don't necessarily actually feel that way. It's just that there's a different way for me to express it. There's a calmer way. My whole thing here is I have no control over this. You don't. I don't. All the people you see online commenting, there's no control here. Whatever, the pieces are going to land where they're going to land, man. And that's where it's like, look, it's the dust has settled. We know where the pieces land now, where they have landed. And now we're looking at it. And that's why I'm like, okay, well, so be it. Now I'm going to do the thing that, as a PlayStation fan, I feel like is the natural thing for me to do, and that is, okay, well, Microsoft won this battle, and it's over, and we're going to move on. And my attention is now being steered towards, hopefully, PlayStation, where it's like, all right, Sony, you were part of this entire time. And now it's done. So where do you go now? What do you do now? Is it just business as usual? Do you have a couple surprises in store? Are you going to be making some moves of your own? What is next? And that's basically where I am right now. People have said that I fear-mongered a lot, right? Like, a lot of the things I've said, it's just fear-mongering, and I'm only seeing the negative side. I still do believe that we are potentially headed on a very bad path. That right now, everything up front, in front of your face, seems great. You got Game Pass. You got all these games in Game Pass. You got all these future games that are coming to Game Pass. And you only have to pay X amount a month. And it's all great. And maybe maybe it will be. I'm not here to say it definitely won't be. I'm just here to say that sometimes we get ahead of ourselves, right? Sometimes we only pay attention to what's right in front of our face, and we kind of lose the bigger picture, We lose the forest for the trees. And that, I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just simply saying that I'm not 100% sold. I'm very far from that. This is how it's going to play out. And right now, what a lot of people want me to believe, and this is what it comes down to. What a lot of people have been trying to convince me for the past 2 years or so, however long it's been, talking about this, and what people are definitely trying to convince me of now, including all the executives at Xbox, is that this is going to be good. That what Microsoft is doing is good for this industry. And not just the industry. It's good for you. It's good for me. It's good for them. It's good for Sony. It's good for everybody. That's what they're trying to tell me. So now that we're in a position, you're right, where like, okay, they won and they're going to get their way. All I can sit here and do is say, I hope that you guys are right. Like, that's it. That's the last thing I can say. I hope that all the things I have said do turn out to be completely wrong. And that I clearly look like, dude, you had no idea what you were talking about. Because what that would mean is that only good things are now going to happen. Do you see what I'm saying? So that's where I'm going to look towards PlayStation and say, all right, Sony, one of the good things that's supposed to happen here is you're supposed to do more now. You now have competition. So that's basically what I'm going to be mostly focused on. But in terms of the bigger picture of the industry, I hope people are right. I hope they're right. And that's I am never buying a game again. Damn, bro. That's one way to look at this whole situation, I guess. All right, let me see here. Apologies for keeping you guys waiting, those of you who've been donating super chats. Where did I leave off here? Fabrice Paul, you're saying the FTC wanted to fight Microsoft more than they wanted to protect the consumer. That's why they lost, and Microsoft knew that. You're probably right about that. Yeah, one thing that the reason why I didn't talk too much about the FTC and I didn't really care about like their arguments, and I didn't talk very much about the FTC in the sense that I'm on their side because I wasn't. I just figured like, look, it became obvious that what the FTC was doing was politically driven, and it you're right. You are right about that. And I know that there are a lot of people who have been trying to convince themselves that the FTC is honestly like just as bad as Microsoft, where it's like they're not on your side, man. Like this is an organization with their own politically driven agenda. They're not here to actually protect you. They're here to protect their own agenda. And that's where at least the CMA, and I'll give the CMA this credit, at least the CMA like really seemed to, I don't know, man, like they were extremely thorough about it. I mean, they went like top to bottom. Now, granted, maybe you don't agree with the conclusions they came to and you feel like they just don't understand this industry. I get that. But one thing that has been made clear to me about almost all of these regulatory bodies is none of them really seem to have a full and complete grasp of this industry. And I'm not saying that I do. I don't think any one individual does. I think that's pretty much impossible. There's so many moving parts. There's so many things that are happening even like weekly at this point. I think it's impossible to keep tabs on everything and have just the clearest, bigger picture understanding. And I think that to me is like the big takeaway here is that Microsoft, Sony, these regulatory bodies, everybody in between, everybody thinks that they have the right answer. And no one actually does know. We're just going to have to basically see where it leads. We're going to see who pulls ahead and where it leads. That's all we can do, man. That's it. That's all it comes down to. But yeah, the FTC, I will admit, like when I was looking at some of the things that the FTC were saying and the arguments they were making, they seem woefully underprepared, man. Like, I mean, it is weird to me where I'm like, dude, some people I'm seeing online could probably make better arguments than they're making. They're just lobbing it up. They were just lobbing it up for Microsoft to just knock it out of the park, man. So, Benino, you're saying finally you will get your second showcase. No Sony excuse. Sony, come on, man. It's over. You lost. Microsoft, they're closing the deal, man. It's going to happen. Let's get that second showcase on the road. Am I right? Who knows, man? Who knows if Sony has a second showcase? I'll tell you what, they're going to need it. They're going to need it. The amount of momentum that Microsoft is going to have, like, dude, the amount of momentum that the Xbox brand, I want to be clear. The amount of momentum that the Xbox brand just gained today, immense, huge, massive. I mean, they have a ton of momentum behind them now. If it's true, which I feel like 99% sure that Microsoft is going to close this deal in the next 2 weeks. I think they're going to close the deal. Probably, I mean, they might even do it as soon as next week. I don't know, man. When they close this deal, the momentum, oh my God. Sony, that's what I'm saying. Sony's gonna need another showcase. They're gonna need another. And I know that there are people who disagree with that. We're like, dude, Sony's fine. I'm not saying Sony isn't fine. I'm saying their competition is like, they're on a roll and they're rolling fast. And I'm not saying that, I guess I'm just trying to say that this would be an appropriate time for Sony to pick up the pace. a little bit, you know? Like if Sony, if we view Sony, and I don't necessarily view them this way. I know some people do. I don't view Sony this way. But if we kind of viewed Sony as just kind of lounging and, just kind of sitting back and being like, it's just business as usual, we're still number one. It's all good. This is now the time where it's okay. You should probably get up and just be ready, like be ready to go at any moment, because things are escalating. The temperature's rising, so to speak. Sony needs to put a movie out. Yeah. So, guys, Sony has it under control. There's no need to worry. They just put out a new trailer for the Twisted Metal TV show yesterday. I don't know what Microsoft's going to do, bro. Microsoft is fucked. I mean, they can brag about their ABK deal all they want, but Sony's got that Twisted Metal show. Let me see here. N35T0909. Member for 2 months. You're saying, think Sony will stop doing timed exclusives and paying for games to stay off of Xbox. By the way, name is Nesto909. Okay, I appreciate you letting me know, because I definitely read it the wrong way. I appreciate that, dude. That's a good question. And I think that's actually a very good question to ask right now. My answer to it is absolutely not. Absolutely. I think if anything, Sony does one of two things. And neither of those two things have anything to do with stopping or slowing down the amount of exclusives. Sony's either going to continue to do what they're doing, but even more aggressively. And they might be in the process of doing that, by the way. We heard a rumor back in like mid 2020, building up to the PS5. I forget who it was, but some kind of insider came out and said that they pretty much heard that Sony was making the rounds to every major publisher, trying to secure as many third-party exclusives as they can. That was before Microsoft started buying publishers. Microsoft's buying publishers, and they're about to get ABK. I'm pretty sure Sony is going to ramp that up significantly. And you can understand why, right? Like when the idea, let me ask you this question. Do you think that if Sony came out and like waved the white flag and said, we're not doing any more timed exclusives, we're not paying anyone, we're not paying to keep games off of Xbox anymore, we're done, we're just going to put out our own games, do you think Microsoft's going to be like, okay, Sony, all right, thank you, we're going to stop acquiring publishers now, we're going to stop acquiring studios now? No, not at all. No, it only escalates further from this point. It only escalates further. So Sony's either A, going to get way more aggressive about securing third-party exclusives, especially now while they still have the market share dominance, or B, they're going to get even more serious and take the next step and secure exclusives permanently. Now, whether that takes the form of buying studios, buying publishers, or just straight up paying to make sure this game never releases on Xbox, I don't know. That's, that Sony securing more permanent exclusives could come in many different forms. But I do feel incredibly confident in saying that going forward, Sony gets way more aggressive about exclusives. Because that's the thing, is everybody keeps mentioning competition, and that's fine. And competition is good, but keep in mind, the competition we're talking about right now is just that. The competition is about ownership and exclusivity. And so if that's what people are fighting for, or cheering for, I should say, if people are cheering, I want more competition, then you need to prepare yourself that, if you're choosing to go with one or the other, like if you're choosing to go with PlayStation, if you're choosing to go with Xbox, these two right now are at each other's throats, and it's only going to get worse. And they're going to try to take away more and more and more wherever they can, where it makes sense. But you know what? Hold on, though. Hold on. I do want to add this, and this is a very important caveat, and it could prove what I just said wrong, but I'm not so sure. Like, I'm kind of, we need to look at Bungie. A lot of people point to Bungie and they say, well, Sony bought Bungie and they're letting them release all their games on Xbox. And that is true. That is absolutely true. But I think it's obvious why that is. The reason why their games are releasing on Xbox is not because Sony wants them to release their games on Xbox. It's simply because Bungie wouldn't allow themselves to be acquired by Sony unless Sony agreed to those terms. That is obvious because what other games? There are only 2 Sony games, as far as I'm aware, that are available on Xbox, and that is MLB, and that's because the MLB, the organization, said, you either put it on Xbox, you either put it everywhere, or we're going to strip the license. And obviously Sony's like, we want money, we're okay, we'll put it there, whatever. And Bungie. And to me, it's obvious that Sony will only ever do this if they have to. And so I'm just pointing that out because I understand that some people might disagree, where they're like, well, what about Microsoft, right? Like, if Microsoft is out here and they decide they're going to release every ABK game on PlayStation, but do we think that's going to happen? And I'm asking that seriously. Do we think that every future Activision Blizzard game is going to also release on PlayStation? I'm not just talking about Call of Duty. I'm talking about every future game. Do we think so? Because I don't. I mean, there's nothing there to indicate that. Exactly. So this is why I'm saying we have to keep in mind, even in the midst of hearing so many different things, that this is a battle of exclusivity and ownership. It is. And when we see these companies playing, like I said, playing nice with one another, like, oh yeah, we'll keep Call of Duty on PlayStation, and so it's like, oh yeah, we'll release Marathon on Xbox. They're not doing it because they're trying to be nice to each other. I mean, they can make it seem that way. It's good optics. We care about the consumer. We care about the player. We're not going to take Call of Duty away from PlayStation. You're not going to take Call of Duty away from PlayStation because, well, you can't. You just can't. From a financial level, but also you can't. They can't do that. That would immediately shut down the deal. You know. So when these companies are, when it seems like they're doing each other a favor, yeah, exactly, yeah. Phil said that under oath. He's not gonna take Call of Duty from PlayStation, but he didn't say that about every other Activision Blizzard game. And this is what I'm saying: is they're only doing it where they have to. They're only playing nice when they have to. So it is war, man. It is war, and it's the way it's always been. It's nothing new. Subtext, you're saying, I just beat Final Fantasy 16 last night. Until Microsoft can prove it can make or secure exclusives that good, they will always be third place. I don't know, man. Well, first off, Final Fantasy 16, the reason why I have to imagine I'm literally at the end of the game, because I have put 60 hours into this game and I'm doing every single side quest. I'm doing every single hunt. So that's why I'm still, because it feels like I've been playing this game forever, dude. It's crazy. I've put so much time into it so rapidly, but I've been really enjoying it. Every time I make progress in the main story, all these new side missions open up, all these new hunts open up, and I'm like, I gotta take these, I gotta tackle all these. I don't skip any dialogue either. I want to make that clear. I don't know if people do that. There's a lot of dialogue in this game, dude. There's a lot of dialogue. Granted, I think that number might be a little bit inflated due from pausing it for at some points and walking away for a little bit. So I mean, I'm at 60 hours, but I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of those hours were just from the pause screen. But my God, dude. Oh man, dude, Final Fantasy 16. I'm the reason why I wanted to do like a dedicated stream talking about this game, and I haven't yet because I'm trying to complete. I think I'm gonna go for the platinum. I see somebody asking if I read their super chat yet. I will get to it. I apologize. I'm taking too long here. But subtext, I do agree with you to an extent, but in terms of Microsoft being in third place, them securing Activision Blizzard and having Bethesda and their own studios, Microsoft would have to work pretty hard. They would have to work pretty hard to stay in third place. They would have to fumble on a level in which we've never seen before. They're not going to stay in third place. That is the reality, man. Unless Sony makes a massive publisher acquisition of their own. I will say this. If Sony makes a big publisher acquisition of their own, Microsoft may have they might have a much more difficult time getting to first place in market share. And that is one reason why I feel like Sony might just be crazy enough to make a move like that. But it's a dangerous one. But no, Microsoft is not going to stay. They just can't, dude. They can't. Like when you have Activision Blizzard, you have Bethesda, you have all your studios. I mean, but it also depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about console market share, I'm assuming we're talking about. I guess that's what we're talking about. I don't know. In that case, they might, because I don't know that anything they're doing is for the console. It seems like quite the opposite. Saying consolidation of the industry will kill competition. I don't know that it will kill competition, but I just think that the competition we see will be very refined, I guess, is the best way to put it. The stakes will be so high across the board that you're not, and you could argue we're kind of already there to a degree. I mean, maybe I talk very negatively about consolidation because, consolidation can lead to a lot of negative things. Consolidation can lead to a lot of consequences, not necessarily from the consumer perspective of like, well, is it really so bad to pay less money? No, nobody's saying it's bad to save money or get good value or get a good deal. None of that's bad, but it's just that sometimes the cost is kind of hidden, where it's like, well, what is happening to the games? What is happening to development pipelines? What are the potential ramifications to all these different things in gaming that have existed in a specific way up until this point? We actually don't know. Microsoft doesn't know. You're going to see people who claim to know, where they're going to say, well, hey, I saw this thing happen in this industry, so I'm pretty sure the exact same thing will happen in this industry. You don't know that. Like, you can infer it and say that might happen. That could be. Maybe there's evidence to point that that's likely to happen, but we really don't know. And this is why I'm saying, like, I guess for me, it is easier for me to feel more comfortable just kind of backing up the traditional mindset of, if I expect a quality product, I expect to pay for it. And I have no problem with that. Again, I feel like Final Fantasy is a great example where this was a $70 game. Dude, I've gotten more than my money's worth of this game. No doubt. No doubt. And I wouldn't expect it to be any other way. I mean, it would be problematic if I spent $70 on Final Fantasy, put 60 hours into it, and felt like, dude, what the hell is this game? Like, this is not it at all. And I know that there are some people who feel that way. And I guess that's just where maybe, people have different opinions on the different games they play and buy. But I will emphasize once again that I've paid full. I think I bought 6 or 7 full price AAA games this year so far. Maybe more than that. I'd have to count them, but somewhere in that ballpark. I felt satisfied with all of them. You know, like there was not a single one I played where I'm like, this is not at all worth the money. You see what I'm saying? And this is why I don't really feel any animosity towards the traditional. Like, I understand it's expensive, and I get that. Like, I totally sympathize. You know, where if you're just like, dude, it's $70 for a game is just too much for me. I totally sympathize and understand. You know, but I guess I'm just saying, like, if that's what they're saying, like, we need this. This is the price we have to charge to maintain this type of game. Then I'm happy. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with it because it's working as far as I can. In my firsthand experience, it feels like it's working. You know, no way. You're saying Microsoft just announced a bunch of layoffs? MBG, that was quick. Come on, you have to be trolling. All right, let me keep this moving. Feral Flame, you're saying can't wait to see how broken Call of Duty Infinite is. Oh my god. Also, the 10-year deal is a Jedi mind trick. Of course, it'll be exclusive eventually. Dude, I will say the fact that Call of Duty is a yearly release, that makes me feel like eventually it will go exclusive after the 10 years. And the reason why I say this is because, like, when Phil spent, like, Microsoft has the ability to umbrella Call of Duty. You know what I mean? And what I mean by that is when they're talking about Call of Duty under oath or in their documents or in the courtroom, they're just saying Call of Duty. There is a free-to-play live service version of Call of Duty. That could be what they're talking about. And they could, at some point in the future, again, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 6, Reloaded, whatever the hell they're going to call it. I don't know. I don't know how far they can really go at this point with the Modern Warfare series, because apparently they're releasing Modern Warfare 3 this year. When we get to that point, they can say, oh yeah, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 6 will be exclusive. But Call of Duty is still technically on PlayStation. We're not pulling Warzone. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is where I try to get people to just pump the brakes a little bit, only because, look, if you're somebody who is like, I agree with that and I don't care, like, I just want to see Sony get what's coming to them, that's fine. I mean, like, I totally get that. Like, you just don't like Sony, you want to see Microsoft completely fucking stomp them in the ground, that's fine. But the people who are still trying to run with this narrative that Microsoft is totally righteous and they're like, there is nothing nefarious at all. There's no long-term plan. It's nothing. Like, I'm not saying yes or no either way. I'm just pointing out that I don't 100% believe it. I'm not convinced at all, because, again, like, when I don't know, man, it's just tough for me, man. It's surely people understand. Surely people understand that when you look at a corporation like Microsoft and you look at their history, like, what about their history makes you feel like you can trust them? That's my question. And I'm serious about that. What about Microsoft's history? What have they done in the past to make you believe you can trust them, that they're on your side and they only want to help you as a consumer? You're saying, what about Sony's history makes them... Well, hold on. I'll tell you, the only thing that I trust about Sony, and this is the only thing, because people keep making this argument to me. Like, people keep talking to me as if I am here to tell you why Sony's better than Microsoft. I'm not. That's not what this conversation is at all. There's only one thing that makes me trust Sony, and that's the way they treat their studios and how they manage their studios. That's it. And their console. They create a console and they realize we need to care about our studios. We need to treat them properly. We need to care about our IP. We need to actually care about the quality of our games. That's it. If Sony didn't have that, I wouldn't give a flying fuck about them. Why would I? I don't buy a PlayStation console just because it has a PlayStation on it. No, I buy it because of what games are going to come along with it. So I guess the reason why I'm just pointing this out is because I don't mind people who have the mentality in this situation. I don't mind if they're like, look, I don't trust Microsoft, but right now they're willing to give me a better deal. I totally respect that. Like, I'm not going to argue that. There's nothing to argue there. Okay. That's fine. Just like when I say, like, I'm not going to assume, like, I'm not worried about PlayStation's games because they've proven they can make good games. And I think they'll keep doing that. You know? And we got Corey Landiga. Corey Landiga coming out of nowhere, dropping a 10 bomb on us today. Guys, let's get some W's in the chat for Corey. He comes in and he gifts 10 memberships, guys. We have a 10 bomb dropped by Corey. Really appreciate that, dude. Corey Landiga, he's a legend around these parts. He always comes in strong with some huge membership gifts. Love to see it, dude. Really appreciate that support. That crushes our goal for the day. That brings us up to 13 members. Love to see it, man. Let me update that goal real quick. Oops. What did I say? We're at 13. And there we go, dude. Thank you so much, man. Corey comes in and absolutely crushes today's goal, bringing us up to 13. Did I disengage the side emotes? I don't believe so. Did I? No, I don't. I don't see anything here about it. No, I don't know. I think I'll have to check that out when I create my next stream. But yeah, I really appreciate that support, Corey. I know. I really apologize for people who've been waiting for me to get to their super chats. I have such a hard time not going on and on and on. Let me see. The Combo Clinic. You're saying, to be honest, Microsoft is one more acquisition away from putting Sony in a really awkward position. If I'm Microsoft, I'm going for the knockout. Capcom. Sony will have to buy a publisher for sure. Yeah, I won't lie to you, man. That you're speaking a lot of truth right now. I see a lot of replies from people basically being like, Sony's going to be perfectly fine. And I think so. Like, I think the fact that Call of Duty for at least the next decade will stay on PlayStation, I think they'll be okay. I do. I think that they have enough power. They have enough resources, and they have enough of a established foothold, I would say, to be able to just be totally okay, even with Microsoft getting ABK. And when I say totally okay, I mean like not getting, again, like stomped. However, you are right in that if Microsoft pushes it any further, because they're already, you're right, they're one step away. A lot of people still, like I said, they do feel that it's already been taken too far. But if Microsoft goes for another publisher and actually gets them, oh yeah. Sony will be, I don't want to say they'll be fucked at that point, but I don't know what else I would say other than what you just said, is they would have to go aggressively secure publishers, because that's dangerous, dude. Like, I'm telling you, the reason why I've always focused so hard on Bethesda is because of the long-term damage that does to Sony. I still think people don't quite grasp the type of damage that Microsoft making every future Bethesda game exclusive does to PlayStation. That damage is not done up front. It's one thing to say, oh, that hurts Sony. And for somebody to just say, no, it doesn't. Sony's fine. Look. Yeah, Sony is fine. Look. It's another thing when a decade goes by and you see how many games Bethesda produces and none of them come to PlayStation. This is why I'm not convinced Sony will not buy a publisher. We might see Sony get crazy. I'm not saying I want that to happen. I'm not even saying it's going to. I'm saying they might. This might be where Sony starts to go crazy. And that is concerning to me because I don't know, man. You got to understand, Sony has not been in a compromising position. PlayStation, I should say. Sony's gaming business has not been in a truly compromising situation since like 2006. And Sony did go crazy. But they went crazy in the good way. Sony went crazy in that they were like, we got to fucking make all the games. We got to go crazy for our fans. We just got to go all in. And it worked. And it was the best thing they ever did. I think now it would be different because Sony could go as crazy as they want with their own studio. They are still going crazy with their studios. They're going crazy with their studios, with their games, with their budgets, the whole thing. They're making all types of games. This is on another level. This isn't, and when I'm talking about going crazy, I'm not talking about going crazy in that sense. I'm talking about going crazy in like, they might just say, fuck it, we got to put the pedal to the metal and start buying. I'm not saying I want that to happen because that, to me, is a dangerous game for Sony to try to play. But I don't know, man. I think the only way we'll actually have an answer, well, we're just going to have to wait and see. I hate that I have to keep saying that, but it really comes down to the higher ups at Sony right now. Like, are they actually worried about losing the top spot? And if they are they okay with that? That's my question. Like, Sony might be in a position where they are actually totally okay, where they're like, Microsoft, a multi-trillion-dollar corporation, we are not anywhere near, like, we cannot get in a acquisition war with them. We can't do it because we will lose. We're okay being second place at that point because we're not trying to compete with that. We're not trying to do what they're doing. Sony might take that position, but I will tell you, I have a difficult time believing that. I have a difficult time believing Sony will be willing to take that position. It just doesn't sound like Sony to me. I see some people saying that Sony can't afford. Look, I always have to explain this to people. Keep in mind, Sony can afford whoever they want. Money, like, in terms of being able to acquire somebody, it can happen. Sony can spend any amount of money. Because they can get loans, like, and they can find a way to get that money. The problem is that the right move? Is that worth it? Because the biggest difference between Sony and Microsoft in terms of money is not who can spend more, because the reality is Microsoft can spend more. It's just that the question should be, who is taking a bigger risk? And the answer to that is obviously, very obviously, Sony is. If Sony spends, like $25 billion on a publisher, oh my God, that is so risky for them. Because if that goes wrong, if even just one thing goes wrong, the whole thing could come crashing down. Or at the very least, it could create a nightmare situation and make things a million times worse than they ever could have been. But that's the thing. Sony, unfortunately, is in a position where if they feel like they have to bet big, it's going to be because they're either going to win big or they're going to lose big. And that's why I'm thinking they are kind of already in an awkward position. Microsoft isn't in that position. Microsoft can bet big and not feel a thing if they lose. That's the scary thing about Microsoft. They can spend seemingly an unlimited amount of money, and it doesn't mean anything. Like, I'm not saying it doesn't hurt their bottom line if it fails. It does, but it doesn't really hurt them. Microsoft is one of the most powerful companies in the entire world. They're like untouchable. So that's why I'm saying I really don't know that Sony's answer to this is let's outspend them or let's match them. I think Microsoft wants them to do that. Or maybe Microsoft is betting on that. Maybe Microsoft knows they won't do that. Escalation, man. That's what it is. It's escalation. And somebody's going to get hurt. That's the point, man. Somebody's going to fall. Who it's going to be remains to be seen. Still unknown. William, you're saying they want to compete with Tencent? Yeah, that's true. That I will agree that I don't want to make it sound like Microsoft's only reason for doing this is Sony, because it definitely goes beyond just Sony, but at the same time, we can't deny that Sony is the biggest thorn in Microsoft's side. But I do agree, Microsoft is paying attention to Tencent. They're paying attention to these other Titan corporations that are slowly creeping their way in. Saying PlayStation can merge with Apple or Amazon. I do wonder, man. I won't lie. I do wonder if as this escalation continues, and the assumption is it's only going to escalate further and go higher and higher and higher. I really do wonder if that is something Sony is like, maybe like as an absolute, like, we want to remain relevant. Maybe that is the only way. I did just say how Sony can spend money. They can. Like, Sony can find the money to spend. But it's usually not that simple. And a lot of times that is like the dumbest option, to just find the money and spend it. And the idea of like merging with a bigger entity that can basically the PlayStation brand would get a parent company. That's basically what you're talking about right now. So you look at Microsoft. Microsoft is the parent company of Xbox. Xbox is its own division underneath Microsoft. And the only reason why Xbox isn't dead is because of Microsoft and their money. And I know some people think that is totally outlandish and crazy. Like, Sony would never do that. Keep in mind, PlayStation is very, 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 very important to Sony. If Sony was in a dire situation, if the PlayStation brand was in a compromising, dire situation, they would probably seriously consider that. Under certain terms, though. Like, that's the thing. It would have to be under certain terms. Like, it could be a situation, and this is just totally like out of left field, but Sony could try to negotiate a scenario with, like, I see a lot of people mentioning Apple. Sony could be like, Apple, look, your arch rival Microsoft, they're basically winning in the gaming industry. They're taking it over. We can't compete with them, but we still have a stronghold. You want to get in the gaming industry, and better yet, you have the power. Like, if you take us on, like, if you become our parent company and we can use your money, we can, you know what I mean? Like, we can become as big as Microsoft, and you will have the PlayStation brand. But I don't think Apple would ever do that. The thing about like Apple is I'm pretty sure Apple would like be like, yeah, but we got to name it the Apple console now. I mean, has Apple ever done that with another? They would never. I do agree. You're saying they would destroy PlayStation. When you say destroy, I think they would literally only agree to ever do that if they're like, look, we're going to rename this the Apple Station. You know what I mean? Like, and we're renaming PlayStation Studios Apple Game Studios. It would really be a pretty much a takeover. But I don't know, man. Is Sony okay with PlayStation? If Microsoft really is escalating it to this level, is Sony really okay? You're saying, why are we jumping to this extreme? It's not that we're jumping to it. Keep in mind, we're just brainstorming different scenarios and thinking out different scenarios. And this is not actually that extreme. Like, it may sound like it. I mean, the whole Sony Apple thing is extreme. But when it comes to the level of escalation, this is not. This is happening, man. Like, I know people. It's long in the tooth. I get it. It's a slow and grueling process, but it is happening. Time marches forward, and so does the industry's consolidation, dude. It's only. Keep in mind, this is not. They're here, and then they're here, and then they're here, and then they're here. That's not how this is happening. This is how it's happening. It's just going. It's rising. It's rising. It's boiling. It's getting there. It's just going and going. And that's the thing is, because it's happening slower now, it's harder to feel the effects. It's harder to notice it. But believe me when I tell you, today is a day where you are watching gamers cheer on. And I'm not, again, I know that it sounds like there's salt in what I'm going to say. I understand it, but it is just the truth, man. It is the truth. Today you are watching gamers, a certain group of gamers, cheer on mass industry consolidation today. And when I say cheer it on, I'm not talking about like, oh, okay, that's interesting, that's cool. No, I mean they are literally saying like, this is great. And so you have to understand, like, it's not just the corporations now that are trying to get this thing to go. It's now a certain section of the market itself that is now cheering it on. And the reason why I'm pointing this out is because it is not going to stop. It's just not. It's going to get, I'm telling you, man, it's going to reach a boiling point. And we're getting closer and closer. Saying that's because they have no games to play right now. It could be. That could be it. You're saying MBG gaming is bigger than movies now. I know, and that's why it feels like maybe to a degree this was kind of a long time coming, right? We'll have to see where the pieces fall, man. I mean, all right, let me I really got to get this thing on the move here. Jay Pierce, you're saying it's not that they have Starfield exclusive, it's the fact that no good games from Bethesda will go to Sony now. Well, Jay, yeah, that's the thing, man. Like I said, not enough people are paying close enough attention to the fact that this is the reality for Bethesda. Is their games are never going to PlayStation again, and no one cares. Like, that's the thing to me about it. That's quite shocking. Is it's not that no one cares. It's just that everybody's like, okay, sure. And you can kind of get this sense where it's like, so wait, hold on. People are okay with this? It's an interesting scenario. It is like it's what are you gonna do though? Christopher, you're saying I'd rather Microsoft own them than Tencent. That I do agree. Well, yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that. Microsoft is certainly not great, but if it was between them and Tencent, yeah, I'd rather Microsoft as well. Hidden Mission 83, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying the judge should have recused herself. I don't know why. I wanted to read that as rescued. Her son works for Microsoft. What the hell? That is weird. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people pointing that out. And that's where it's like, look, if somebody were to tell me that it turns out that all these things are rigged, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that's what I believe. I'm not saying like conspiracy time, tinfoil hat time, like it's all a big show and a charade. No, but if somebody were to just like be like whistleblow it and say like, yeah, this shit's like there's some shady shit happening underneath. And you know, I would just be like, "Oh, of course there is." Like absolutely. You kidding me? But yeah, that is very strange to me. I don't know how I feel about that. Um I see somebody saying all that doesn't matter now. I mean, you are right about that. And that is the thing to pay attention to is it is very strange and bizarre to me that they decided to bring on a judge whose son works at Microsoft, the company that is in this fight. um and I'm not saying that that means the judge is biased, but it's like it's a weird thing. It is. It's just that like you're telling me we couldn't just get a judge who doesn't have a family member who works for this company that's involved. You know, like, is it that hard? I don't think it is. But at the same time, like when I look at a lot of the arguments that the FTC made, it's like God damn, guys! The FTC should have brought me up. I could have made some better arguments than what they were making. All right, it was I don't know what the hell they were. I don't know what the hell they were going on about with some of the stuff they were saying, but it just sounded silly. Saying Microsoft stock is dropping, really? But Hidden Mission biased. Yeah, sorry, biased, not biased. My bad. The FTC had a chance to reject her, but didn't. That's weird. See, there's just weird stuff. See. This is why I can't wait for this to be over, dude. Because this whole thing sucks. Like I know people. I've been seeing people in the chat all day, where it's like cope, cry, the salt, you know, blah blah blah, damage control. And it's like, dude, look, it's okay, man. Like the only reason I'm so okay with it today is because I feel like this has to be the last time. Like one of the like maybe not the last time, but like the last like the final 3 streams, right? It has to. It has to because it's just like, dude, it's so weird to be talking about all these things that like aren't about games, man. Like, I mean, it is. I get it. Like, we're talking about bigger industry goings on, but it's just it's so. This is why I'm so eager for it to just be over, man. You know, like let's just get a move on. MBG wants to talk about Sony's roadmap. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. Listen, do you want to know what my original stream was for today? Just to show you where my mindset today, just to show you. My stream today, the original title of it, and I'm still going to do the stream. I don't know if it'll be tomorrow, but basically sometime soon I'm going to do the stream. The original title of today's stream was the best PlayStation games of all time. PS1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I was literally just going to spend the stream looking on Metacritic because they have like a list of the top 50 games from each console, talking about like basically reminiscing and talking about all these different games and basically just being a big nostalgia fest. And I was actually really looking forward to it. And I was like, God damn it. Like this news had to come out today. I finally set up the streamer. I'm like, we're gonna reminisce today. We're gonna talk about some great games that we played, and of course, at that exact moment when I'm trying to do something like that, this news comes out. I'm like, well, I've covered it for this long. I'd be remiss if I didn't finish it here. You know, but yeah, we'll still do that stream. I think that would be a fun stream. William, you're saying check out my latest tweet. It's funny. Why? There we are. I'm gonna look at your latest tweet, William. Microsoft at today's meeting board. I have to admit that without the lawyers, it would have not been a victory. Green Xbox victory. Victory, you say? Master Microsoft, not a victory. The shroud of competition has fallen. with a meme of Yoda. Nice. Yeah, I mean, dude, the memes are coming out like crazy, bro. The memes are coming out like crazy. I put out a tweet that has, I mean, I muted it. I haven't checked it. Oh my God. Holy shit. I love it, dude. Dude, the amount of chaos I can cause on Twitter without even trying is concerning to me, dude. I put out a single tweet that was like, it was a short tweet. It's been out for 2 hours, 121,000 views, 765 replies. Holy fuck. I am not even looking. I don't want to look. Here's what I said in the tweet, though. I said Microsoft wins, not by producing great industry-defining games from their own studios, but by buying the publishers who have already done so. I mean, I'm just stating a fact. What's wrong with that? How many likes? It has 1,454 likes. God damn, dude. People are fucking... I checked the replies originally at first. Coming from a PlayStation-centric YouTube. Oh my God, dude. Dude, I had no idea. That's funny. I'm like looking at how fucking much this tweet blew up. That is wild. Well, whatever. I mean, there's nothing untrue about what I said, though. That's the best part about it. Like, people are, you're saying learn to read the room. Well, yeah, but that's the thing, man, is like, there was no emotion in what I said. I literally said Microsoft wins. There's no emotion in what I said. It's just a fact. But to me, it's so funny how, if there's one thing I've learned about Twitter, is it's basically a place to allow people to project their own feelings. So if I just state a fact where there's no emotion, there's no opinion, it's just a fact, everybody beneath, like, there's almost 1,000 replies, dude. I bet you if I were to skim through them, it's just people projecting their own feelings on it. But no, that is true. And, you know, when I checked the replies within the first probably like half hour of it being out, and I noticed that there were a lot of people basically saying like, well, you know, Sony has done the same thing. Sony has done the same thing. And it's like, okay, like, so we're going to go back to Sony and Sega. Okay. But my tweet, if you want to replace Sony with that and think about what they did with Sega, fine. Then it could still be true. I didn't say it's untrue. This is what's funny to me. Is that people, again, like they project their own emotion into it, where it's like, dude, I guess, I don't know. I guess like maybe people were expecting me to cheer it on. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I guess. I mean, if I was subscribed to Game Pass and I cared about Activision Blizzard games, maybe I would be cheering it on. You're saying not just Sega? Well, who else, Mike? You're saying this Sega narrative is false. You're attacking their family, MBG. Oops. I'm not trying to do that. It is true that, like, my tweet is not untrue, though. That's the point. That is the point. And I understand that the easiest response for people is to be like, you're mad or you're crying. And it's like, dude, I'm over here streaming, hanging out with an audience, bro. Like, that tweet took me literally 15 seconds to put out, you know? And it's just crazy to me that so many people read it and they're just like, the irony is they are the ones having an emotional response. You know what I'm saying? You're saying it comes off as it sounds salty. Well, again, like, but you're reading it how you want to hear it. Like you're hearing what you want to hear, and that's fine. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Like, I mean, I've made it clear on my channel and on Twitter that, like, yeah, I'm not going to be the one cheering this on. So I don't even, I don't think, I don't think people are necessarily surprised, but it's just funny to me though, because it is interesting to look at the trajectory of Microsoft, and people are very quick to either forget or forgive or both. And that's fine. It's not, I don't dictate the market dictates the market. And people are seemingly okay with, like, they are okay with this. And that's fine. Like, if people are like, dude, just take the knee, back off, whatever, let people be happy. It's like, all right, yeah, I'm not necessarily trying to rain on anybody's parade, but I didn't think just stating a fact, would conjure up so much, not like, I don't know. I didn't think it would conjure up such a response. I'm not saying I expected everybody to agree with me, but Jesus, dude. Let me see. Tom from Toonami, you're saying the CMA is folding as we speak. They just requested Cat to stop the litigation to negotiate with Microsoft the second ruling dropped. Yep, I did see that. I did. Yeah, that, to me, this is the end. And that right there is the final nail in the coffin. That is it. Like, the fact that the CMA is suddenly pumping the brakes and like, oh, shit. You know what, Microsoft? Let's renegotiate. That's it, man. It's over. Microsoft won. Microsoft is going to get ABK, and it's going to be water under the bridge. And, it is what it is, man. So, yeah, Tom from Toonami, you're definitely, yeah. Fabrice Paul, you're saying until 2017, Xbox shares their budget with the Windows division. Look where we are now. Microsoft finally treated Xbox like they're under them. Yeah, dude, I will say that Microsoft has put their full force behind Xbox. And I do wonder if Sony ever expected that. I do wonder if Sony maybe never truly expected the full force of Microsoft to just back Xbox up. Maybe Sony was convinced that if things got bad enough for Xbox, Microsoft would do what they've done to most of their other failing divisions, and that is give them the axe, put them on the chopping block, right? So I will say that that is quite surprising. It really didn't seem like it was going to, at the time, it didn't seem like that was the direction it was going to go in. Feral Flame, you're saying, am I the only one surprised no one brought up Microsoft having a 68.15% market share on operating systems for PC/laptops? Kind of think that should have been taken into account in the gaming market share. Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from, Feral Flame, because you would think that's a pretty relevant statistic to bring up, like a piece of data to kind of show. I don't know, though. I mean, the reason why I don't think that was brought up is because Sony was the one really heavily involved with this, and it seemed like it was focused mostly on the console market. Like, that was the most relevant market. And so I don't know, man. Feral Flame, I wish I could say more about this. I'm not sure why that wasn't really brought up. Saying Steam. Yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. It's been, I will say, Feral Flame, it's been quite difficult to keep up with every single thing regarding this, this whole situation regarding Microsoft and Activision Blizzard. It really has been very difficult because there's just so much to wade through. I've missed a lot of stuff. Like, I didn't know that they didn't bring that up. And I don't know that I ever would have, you know, I don't know that I ever would have thought about it, frankly. Saying your tweet got a lot of flack, MBG. Well, of course it did. Of course it did. But it's sorry, man. I mean, like, the amount, dude, I will say, man, like, I was on a good run there on Twitter. I didn't tweet anything out for, like, was it over a week or something? Like, I just abandoned my Twitter. And of course, as soon as I come back, I pretty much light it on, I light it on fire. It's like, okay, well, whatever. Like, Twitter means fucking nothing to me, man. That's the best part about it. Like, I'll be honest with you. When I checked that tweet earlier, it was just to find people to block. That's been my thing that I do on Twitter now. And it's just cathartic. I don't know why. Like, I don't want to keep doing it because I feel like it's just a total waste of time. Saying, bro, you got to know how that tweet comes off. Well, no, I get it. I can see it. I can see it. I totally get how it comes off. I guess it just, to me, it's just like, I think people, I don't know, I think they might be reading it a little bit more seriously than they should. Like, I think they're taking it a little bit more seriously than they should. But then again, that's not for me to decide, man. Like I said, people are going to read it how they read it. Saying, but it's reality. Well, reality doesn't matter on Twitter. Reality doesn't matter on the internet. Do you know that? The internet is its own reality. Salvazard06. Thank you so much, man. We got Salvazard06 becoming a member, re-upping his membership. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, man. Thank you so much, dude. Really appreciate that. Let's get some W's in the chat for Salvazard06. Doing some work. Yeah, guys, again, just a reminder, we're at 14 new members on the day. Corey, and I think it was Jay Pierce and a couple of others putting in some work today. We have a new goal of 25. If you guys want to help us get to that goal, if you are already a member and you want to consider gifting, by all means, consider doing so. It really helps out the channel. I see some people asking, like, how come you don't just leave? You said, yeah, I see the people you're mentioning that are going to be featuring that tweet in their upcoming Salt videos or whatever. Yeah, dude, I think the shit's just so funny, man. If you know why I'm going to end up deleting my Twitter, no joke though, like, and this is what it comes down to. It's not difficult for me to stay away from Twitter. It's not, dude. There are just times where I go weeks at a time without using Twitter at all. To me, it's just a joke. The reason I'm going to end up deleting it though is the fact that I know there are people who are so devoid of any original thoughts. They actually go to they follow me on Twitter and wait for me to tweet shit so they can use it as content in their videos. And to me, that's just like, I can't support that shit, man. Like, please, like, find an original thought. Find something original to say. You're saying Gaz is going to have fun with you too. Who's Gaz? Dude, I keep seeing people keep bringing up these names. I should probably just go look these people up. Like, I don't know who they are. All I know is that they use my content. Like, they literally stalk me for content. And it's like, all right, I get it, but I hope they enjoy it, man, because it'll be the last one, though. At least on Twitter. I'm going to sell my Twitter account, bro. All right, let me see here. Spacey, you're saying this is one of the... I think you meant to say this is one of the ways MBG always has. I'm assuming you're talking about, like, buying your way to compete into the top. No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Zombie Dragon. Let's get some W's in the chat. Dude, Zombie Dragon brings us up to 15 members on the day. Thank you so much, Zombie Dragon. I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you for re-upping your membership, dude. I love to see it. Shout out to you, man. Devil Shooter, you're saying, I wish YouTube would do something about this people. They will encourage someone to do suicide. Yeah. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough, bro. Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, nothing surprises me in life at this point, and I don't expect anything or anyone to change. Certainly not. But there's just some things where it's like, look, I'm not trying to make it easier. And I will say, if there's anything that I do regret about putting that tweet out, it's just knowing that it did nothing for me. I wish I could say that Twitter has done literally anything for me, but it never has. It never has, dude. And that makes me really depressed, because if I could at least say it did one thing for me, it could justify itself, but it doesn't. But you know who's doing something for this community right now, and me? Corey Landiga. Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and drops another 10 bomb. Guys, we need some W's in the chat for Corey. I'm going to play some Arnold for you right now. A little bit of Arnold. Really, dude, thank you so much, Corey. That just brings us up to our goal today. Corey comes in. Corey has dropped 20 memberships today, guys. 20 memberships. And we got Hellbound 1981 following it up with 5. And Zombie Dragon follows up Hellbound and Corey with 5 of his own. That brings us another 10 gifted memberships. We got a membership train going, guys, out of nowhere. Corey gets things started. Thank you guys so much, man. I gotta give you more Arnold. I'll give you a little. I think that Jim Ryan is a little inappropriate right now, but we'll put him in there anyway. I don't think anybody wants to hear from Jim right now. But thank you guys so much, man. I really, really sincerely appreciate that support, man. I do. Shelly, you're saying Twitter has grown your channel 100%, even if by hate from randoms. All engagement is good engagement. That is true. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. You're right about that. I don't want to make it sound like it hasn't done literally anything for me. It feels like it hasn't. It feels like it's only been to my detriment. Saying regret nothing, MBG. You shouldn't try and please everyone. You got a response because your tweet hit hard. Dude, it's not. Here's what it boils down to, man. It's not about regret. It's not. What it really comes down to is care. You know what I mean? Like, I've learned over the years, like, it's so easy to involve yourself with things if you want to. Like, but it starts with the active choice. Like, how involved are you going to get? Like, how much do you? And that's the thing with Twitter. Like, I see everybody's talking about threads now and stuff, and I'm like, I don't want to move the threads, bro. Like, if Twitter dies, I'm just going to celebrate and be like, yo, I'm here on YouTube. YouTube's my home, man. Jay Pierce. Guys, W's in the chat for Jay Pierce. Jay Pierce comes in, not letting this membership train come to a halt or a stop, keeping it going. Bring us up. We're at 36 members on the day. Shout out to you, Jay. I'm going to give you Jay, I'll give you a Mark Cerny there, man. Let me update this member goal. I still have some super chats to get through. So really, thank you guys so much for all the support that you've been showing the channel. I could not do what I do here without you, and it means the world to me. Let me update this here. What did I say? We're at 36. Man, you guys killed it. Started today with 10. A goal of 10 members, and now we're at 36. Let me see. And just a heads up, I feel like I should say this. I don't say this enough, but it's definitely important. So we have 36 new members. Most of those came in the form of membership gifts. If you were gifted a membership, if you have a membership that was gifted to you, keep in mind, you now have the ability to pay it forward, and you are granted the ability to also gift memberships. So if you're feeling inspired by Corey, by Jay, by Hellbound, by Zombie Dragon, by any of these guys, by all means, consider paying it forward and dole out some more gifts. Because not only does it entitle them to members-only content and give them some perks, but it helps support me directly. So it's a win-win all around. Really appreciate it, guys. All right, let me see where I left off here. I got 2 tweets in a row from Josh. Or not, I said tweets. See, I'm thinking about his Twitter. I got 2 super chats from Josh. He says, this is like the 5th month in a row where something happens in the case and fanboys in the internet jump to conclusions. It ain't over. Play your games. I think I like Final Fantasy 16 more than Final Fantasy 7 Remake, which I loved. That's a huge statement, Josh. I will say, you're saying it ain't over. It is true that it's not over yet, but here's the thing, Josh. I know I'm saying things in a pretty conclusive manner, like this is what's going to happen, but I'll put it to you this way. It's very, very, very likely that in the next 10 days, even less than that, probably in the next 5 to 6 days, I'll be surprised if I'm wrong about this. Maybe they will extend it. I don't know. If they extend it, it could take a little bit longer. They're going to announce that they close this deal. And when that happens, that's it. It's done. And that's why I'm saying, like, you're right, technically, that it's not over yet. But I would say that it's probably unwise to hold out any hope or assume that this isn't over. I understand where that might come from, but yeah. And we got Corey Landiga and Jay Pierce both coming in, keeping the membership train going. Are we going to hit 50 today, guys? Are we going to do it? It's according to Corey and Jay Pierce and Hellbound and Zombie Dragon. These guys want to hit 50 today. Corey drops another 5. Jay drops another one of his own. And we still have super chats coming. You guys are incredible, man. Seriously, thank you guys so much for the support. I got to give you a Keanu for that one. And I'll give you a Kratos. I hope the Kratos played. And you know what? Just to test this out, I think I fixed this last week. Let me know if you hear Snake. Okay? Let me know if you hear Snake play.
Kept you waiting, huh?
I think I fixed it. But thank you guys so much. That brings us up to 42 members on the day. 8 away, man. We are 8 away from hitting that 50. And Josh, yeah, dude, we'll see what happens, man. It seems likely this deal is going to close. You did hear him? Okay. Do Kratos again?
Do not be sorry.
Let me know if let me make sure. Did Kratos play that time? I haven't played a Kratos soundbite in a while. Saying you heard him, it wasn't very loud. Maybe I have to increase the volume. So, real quick, chat, you guys are telling me the Kratos. Which one is low? Is it Snake that's low or Kratos? Just so I know when I go to fix it. Both of them. Okay. Both are low. I wonder why that is. I'm going to increase it. All right. I'm going to play it one more time. And you tell me if the volume sounds better. Here's Kratos.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
And here's Snake. If they're still low, then I'm going to have to put the volume up all the way. Better? Okay. All right, good. Somebody's saying still quiet. Well, if it's improved, I'll take that. Snake is still low. All right, I'll have to mess around with it. I guess I might just have to turn the volume up all the way. But Josh, you're saying you think you like Final Fantasy 16 more than 7 Remake. Man, it's a tough one. It's really, really tough, dude. Because I've been playing so much Final Fantasy 16. Actually, it was this time last year. It was July of 2022 that I was playing Final Fantasy 7 Remake. And I don't know, man. I'm going to have to complete 16 before I can determine which one I like better. But I'm really, really liking 16. Dude, the combat, I kind of understand what people were saying. Some people were saying that the combat in Final Fantasy 16 kind of gets somewhat easy, like when you get deeper into the game. And I get what you mean. Like you become a powerhouse essentially. And it's not that I don't still find some challenges here and there. I do, but I do get what you're saying, and I'm really curious to see when I play it on the harder difficulty, like how much harder it feels. Because yeah, dude, I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie though, I kind of like feeling a little overpowered. I don't know if they did that intentionally, but I feel like, dude, I want to say this too really quick. I don't think this is a spoiler. You know what? I don't know. It's not a story spoiler, but anybody who's been playing Final Fantasy 16, surely you know by now that there are hunts in the game. Okay? Like almost like they're just like these marks. Like you go find these enemies in the world and they're like ranked. There's like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier. And this is just, I'm not going to spoil anything. I just want to say I ran into a level 50 S tier. Okay? I'm not spoiling it. Like that shouldn't be shocking. All right? There's nothing shocking about it. Like there are different level enemies and tiers. I ran into a level 50 S tier and I was under leveled. Like I think I was like level 37 or 36. But I couldn't let it go, man. Like this was the most difficult enemy I'd run into in the game so far. And it took me, I'm not going to lie, it took me, I think, a good like 10 to 15 tries. Maybe not 15, but it definitely took me around 10, maybe a little bit more than that. And it was tough, dude. Like, it forced me to master it. And it was interesting because it was like really the first time in the game where I was like, okay. And I was wondering that, I really was thinking like, am I struggling so much on this because I'm under leveled? Because I feel like that was like getting in my head a little bit where I'm like, dude, this is a level 50 S tier enemy. I'm like level 36. But I still kind of had to say, I'm like, I can do this. Like I could definitely beat him. It's just a matter of skill. Like I just have to dodge, man. I just have to dodge and do some damage. And it was really fun though. That was like the most thrilling battle of the game so far. Not counting the icon battles. Like in terms of just like regular enemies, that was pretty sick. So just wanted to kind of put that out there real quick. I felt pretty proud of myself after I beat him. I was like, and you know what's crazy too? Last thing I'll add, I beat this enemy. When I tell you I had no more potions and I had the smallest sliver of health. One more hit and I was done. And I had just enough to do, I forget the name of the power. It's the really powerful lightning bolt move. And I did that, and I thought for sure, like, that's not going to be enough to kill him. And I'm dead after that. But it was. And I was like, oh, shit. I was like, I did it. It was great, man. I'm really, 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 really enjoying FF16. You're saying the FF16 checkpoints are very generous. That is true. That is true. Corey's saying SOCOM was awesome. He misses that franchise. I would love to see SOCOM come back. PlayStation Pete, you're saying, I got the trophies for planting seeds in and bounty hunting in Jedi Survivor, watching Indiana Jones at the theater. Time for Sony to strike back. So I'm assuming that's the platinum trophy you needed, PlayStation Pete, right? Because you were talking to me before about how you were struggling to get a platinum. There was like a trophy that was glitched. I'm assuming that's it. I hope it is, man. Because that is the worst feeling. That is the worst feeling. That new Indiana Jones movie, man. I don't know. I'm hearing like mixed things about it. Has anybody seen it? Is it? I've been hearing a lot of people say it's like bad. I'm shocked that there's another one with Harrison Ford, man. I know it's like his last one, but geez, man. Isn't Harrison Ford? He's like 80 years old, dude. I would have never thought he would see another Indiana Jones movie with him in it. Saying it is bad. See somebody saying pointless movie? That I don't know. I could kind of see that being the case because I think a lot of people were making that argument, right? That's like, do we need Harrison Ford back as Indiana Jones? Like, can we just leave it be? I don't know. Oh, speaking of which, not to go too off topic here, and I'm going to get to the rest of these super chats. Did you guys see some of the photos that have come out of the set of Deadpool 3? I'm not going to talk about them just in case, somebody's not aware. I don't want to spoil anything, but I saw some of those photos that have come out. Dude, I am hyped for Deadpool 3, man. I am very hyped for Deadpool 3. That's going to be a good movie. That's going to be now that's a movie I'm going to the theaters for. I have to admit, I went on a Marvel movie marathon with my wife for it was almost a year, I guess. We were going through we went from phase 1 all the way to the end of phase 4, and then we dropped off. And I feel like now there's a bunch of stuff for us to catch up on. And I haven't had much of a desire. But then I see Deadpool 3, and I'm like, oh, yes. I'm going to have to get back on this train. Anybody going to see that Barbie movie? I think it's the two big movies come out, Barbie and Oppenheimer. Christopher Nolan. Interesting. You guys see how badly The Flash bombed? Oh my God. I thought the Flash looked actually good. And then I thought it was going to do well. And then it just apparently is the worst movie of all time in terms of how much money it lost. Apparently The Flash literally lost the most amount of money a movie's ever lost or something. And I'm like, what? That is insanity. Do you think James Gunn is going to save the DC extended universe? You think he's going to do it? I think it kicks off with his Superman movie in 2025, right? Saying Mission Impossible 7 is amazing, highly recommend. Yeah, it does look really good, dude. You're saying The Flash was the worst Batman movie? That's awkward. Worse than Black Adam? I saw Black Adam and it was okay. It was Black Adam wasn't as bad as people made it sound, but I could definitely understand. I was like, this isn't going to be the movie that saves the DCEU. Definitely not. Shout out to was Dr. Fate. He was a great character in that movie. Saying Ezra Miller is a bad person. That's why the Flash bomb. That makes sense. Yeah, I've heard really bad things about that dude. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Saying The Rock is finished. Is he? Nah, dude. The Rock is going to end up being Kratos in the God of War TV series. You watch. I bet you that's what's going to end up happening, man. All right. Let me keep this going. Thank you for listening to my movie talk there. Perfect Image, you're saying if Call of Duty stays or leaves, I'm okay. There's so many games to go through. I just pre-ordered Metal Gear Solid and PlayStation Plus, and Extra is doing well for players that didn't play on the PS4, play PS4 games. You know what? You're right, Perfect Image. That's the thing. I think there is a lot of fear-mongering going around in both directions. I mean, I've seen a lot of people today say Sony's finished and whatever. It's all right, I get it, but it's really not all that. It's really not. It's not good for Sony. It doesn't help Sony, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe I was wrong this whole time. Maybe we're all wrong, guys. Maybe this whole situation is going to be Microsoft now provides the exact type of competition that we've been asking for this whole time. Who knows? I feel like that's not how it's going to go, but we'll see. But you're right, Perfect Image. Just Sony's got their own things cooking, as Jim Ryan said, and we still, oh man, we still just don't know, do we? That's the thing, man. You know Sony's been saving some shit for a rainy day, and I'm not saying that this is the rainy day, but I think we might be getting closer to it. At least that's my hope. So thank you for the super chat, Perfect Image. Acute Perspective True, you're saying Jim Ryan bought Bungie $3.5 billion versus Activision. Well, yeah, but what's interesting is those two purchases very clearly highlight the big difference between Sony and Microsoft's goals and ambitions. Microsoft buying Activision highlights an ambition much greater than Sony's in terms of just the amount of the amount of IP, the amount of known games that are immensely popular. Just everything that Microsoft has purchased is in the name of we need big names. We need things that are going to catch the attention of everybody, and just it's we need to create a place that is you can't ignore it. You have to be here. If you know what I mean? Like we're going to have so many different games that are already established. And that's what's interesting is to me that is something that I haven't highlighted enough. It's that we have talked many times, and I specifically have said many times in the past that Microsoft should focus on building their own games, creating new IP, building up their studios to be powerhouse studios. And I realize now, like, that was never going to be an option for them, for better or for worse. And the reason being is because I understand now, and I see it much more clearly now. And I'm not saying I don't respect this. I'm not cheering it on, but I understand it. This is not about anything other than we need big brand names to sell our product, like to get people out in the door. We need to flash the big brand names in front of people's faces because nothing else matters. And I get that it is a viable tactic and it's an effective tactic, but I don't know, man. It's just interesting that Sony has managed to do this, but in a different way. You know, like I feel like Sony's managed to do this by, I don't know, like being able to strike these deals, I guess, right? Where it's like, hey, we got Spider-Man, we got Wolverine, we got KOTOR Remake, which who knows what's happening with that game. But the reason why Sony bought Bungie, it's obvious, man. Like Sony says we want to have successful live service games, man. So we're going to buy Bungie and we're going to hope that they facilitate that. I mean, that's about as polar opposite of what Microsoft is doing, you know? We'll see, man. It's such a weird scenario between Sony and Microsoft right now. The thing that's so weird about it is it's so unstable right now. It really is. Like it's very unstable. Tyler M, thank you so much for the $25 super chat, man. That's very kind of you. You're saying, I swear people are forgetting this entirely started with PlayStation. This conversation wouldn't even be happening if Sony dropped exclusives and stopped going behind Microsoft's back with deals like Starfield. Sony is always anti-consumer. Well, Tyler, I mean, that has played a very large role in this conversation the whole time it's been happening. It's, you know, is Microsoft justified in doing what they're doing? And they shouldn't be seen as the bad guy because look at the moves that Sony has made. Basically securing all of these timed exclusives, trying to, you know, just trying to take certain games away from Xbox, even if it's for a time limited period for like a year or something. And Tyler, I mean, look, I'll be honest with you, man. I do not agree with what you're saying, but I do understand why you're saying it. And I do understand where that perspective comes from. I can understand it. I don't agree with it. And the reason why I don't agree with it is it's so tough. The way you're talking about it, you're making it sound like Sony deserves this. That Microsoft is justified because basically Microsoft is finally like delivering the justice, I guess you could say. They're rendering the justice onto Sony. Sony's reaping what they sowed. But the problem with this mentality is that there is no real winner here. You know what I mean? Like if you're saying Sony's the bad guy, so that's what made Microsoft have to be bad. That's just not how it goes. They're both bad guys. It's just if you're trying to say who's worse and like who started it, look, man, I think you need to understand, and it's the truth. People will say to me right now, "Oh, you think Sony wouldn't buy publishers like Microsoft is if they had the money to do it? Like if Sony had the money that Microsoft had, you think they wouldn't buy publishers?" My answer is, I do. I do. Like that, you know what I'm saying? Like they absolutely would. If Sony could do massive, copious amounts of damage to Microsoft right now, they would do it if they had the means to do so. But it goes both ways. It's a two-way street. Because if I were to say, so you're telling me Microsoft wouldn't? If Microsoft had as easy of a time as Sony did securing third-party exclusives, you think they wouldn't pursue them? You think Microsoft would be righteous about it and holier than thou and just simply say, nah, we and I know Phil Spencer's had this attitude before where it's like, we don't partake in that. Like, but why is that, Phil? Is it because you're such a good guy? Or is it because you're a business executive and you realize that maybe it's a bit too pricey? Maybe we should just save that money rather than bleed it. Maybe we don't do it because we know Sony's getting a much better deal and we don't want to have to pay more. Keep in mind, I'm not saying that means Microsoft isn't justified in doing what they're doing. If anything, it actually makes complete sense. I'm just trying to point out that the blame game has to stop. It has to stop somewhere. And I say I'm guilty of it too. I blame Microsoft, I blame Xbox for a lot of things. And I'm just, it's just we're getting to a point where it's like, it's when you see that the pendulum that is blame just swings back and forth, one side to the other, never ending. One day it's Microsoft's fault, the next day it's Sony's. Sometimes, occasionally, it's even Nintendo's fault, right? Like, it's just, and you have to ask yourself, like, why is it always shifting? It's because people are too easily swayed by what's right in front of them, what's right in front of their faces, and they can't, and again, I don't mean to bring it up like this, but it is, again, what it is. They fail to see the bigger picture, and the bigger picture is there is no moral high ground here. There is only one thing out of this entire ordeal that I feel confident in saying, I respect this. I'm not even going as far to say that it's right and that they're wrong, because I'm tired of arguing with people about it. I'm tired of getting the blowback. It's not worth it. There's only one thing that I respect from this whole scenario, and it's the same thing I've respected since day one, and it is simply this. I respect the way Sony has grown their studios. If somebody wants to make an argument, but MBG, they bought Naughty Dog, okay. You're right. That is a fact. They bought Naughty Dog. The only thing I will request from somebody who brings that fact up is please acknowledge where Naughty Dog was when Sony bought them and how small they were. And look at where they are now. Please look at where Sucker Punch was when Sony first bought them and look at where they are now. Please look at where Guerrilla was when Sony first bought them, in 2005, and look at where they are now. This is what I respect, and this is the only thing I respect. And the reason why I respect this is because, as far as I can tell, that takes genuine skill. And the people who were in charge of maintaining these studios over the decades and actually had to grow them and not fucking destroy them, it requires something more than just throwing money. It requires something a little bit more than just being a suit that says, okay, I just gotta I gotta just check off the boxes today and crunch the numbers and whatever, as far as I can tell, it requires at least somebody. I'm not saying it's Jim Ryan either. It could have been Shuhei. Maybe it was Shuhei Yoshida, right? Maybe it was Sean Layden. Maybe it will be Jim Ryan as well. He's still in the process of it. But these people, through their actions, not their words, proved they at least respected this craft enough. They respected this industry enough to try to grow their own studios and figure out a way to just say, this is where we are now with this studio, and we want to get them to here. Let's make that happen. Let's give them not only what they need, but let's manage it accordingly. And I also respect the development teams as well. This is what I respect about PlayStation. And I'm not telling anybody you have to respect that. I'm not. And I think that's where people get confused. That's why so many people are they think I'm crying in that tweet that I put out. There's no tears being shed there. There's not. I stated a fact. And if I were to inject any opinion or emotion into it, it would simply be this. I don't respect it. I don't respect it at all. People want to say, look up Psygnosis, look up what Sony did to Sega. You know, look, Sony bought their studios too. I understand all of that. And I am not saying Sony is innocent. This is the problem. This is why this conversation always falls apart, because people mistake me saying that I respect this thing that Sony has built as me. They interpret that as me saying Sony is innocent and Sony is immune. They are not. But that counts for something, at least to me. And it should count for anybody else out there who cares about gaming, man. It's the exact same reason why, even though Nintendo has some shitty ass business practices, some of the worst in the industry, but what is it that people respect about them? What is it that keeps people supporting them and keeps people coming back and keeps them ultra relevant? Their games, because of the way that they handle them. It's the same thing, man. Bro, stop crying. PlayStation will be fine. No. No, but in all seriousness, that's what it boils down to. We got Chris B. Sorry, man. I was so in my own head there. Chris B dropping in with another 5-bomb. Guys, are we gonna do it? Chris B drops another 5-bomb, 5 memberships gifted. We're gonna give him a Keanu for that and a Kratos. My question is, are we gonna do it? Are we gonna get to 50? We are 3 away from 50 members. I think we can do it, guys. I think we can do it. I think we can make this a reality. So thank you so much for that, Chris. I really do appreciate it. I noticed everybody already gave you some W's in the chat. And to be clear, just to saying no worries, we're here for the rants. To be clear, I just want to make it known that what I'm saying about PlayStation, notice how I didn't bring up Xbox. I need to mention that because Xbox isn't relevant until we get to the end. Right? Xbox comes in at the end when we have to acknowledge that Xbox is buying publishers. And I understand that people constantly want to bring up, well, Sony did this, Sony did that, Sony does it. It's like, dude, I'm not going to continue to explain to people the difference between Microsoft buying Bethesda and Activision Blizzard and the studios that Sony has purchased. I'm not going to continue to explain that because, frankly, if you need that explained to you, you should not be part of the conversation. Certainly, nobody should be paying attention to what you're saying in the conversation because you don't know what you're talking about. And we got Corey the Legend. He does it, man. Corey comes in and he crushes the goal. He drops another 5 memberships. Hell yeah, Corey. Thank you so much. Crispy and Corey come in. They drop basically a 10-bomb together. Got to give you a holy shit for that. I'll give you an Arnold. 52 members on the day. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. Let me update this real quick, and I'll keep these super chats flowing. Let's see where we. Oh wait, hold on. And we got HAA, which I'm pretty sure that's not how you want me to say your name. I forget, man. How am I supposed to say your name? Please tell me. I think it's Ha, right? For some reason, I want to say HAA, but that does not roll off the tongue. It just sounds weird. But he drops 5 as well. He brings us to 57 on the day. I had it right the first time. Okay. I guess I must have remembered. HAA. Okay. Appreciate it, dude. He comes in, he drops 5 memberships. Keeping it going, man. We have a membership train going. It's like Edgar says, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, guys. The support is insane. 57 members on the day. Really can't thank you enough. I'm going to update this goal here. And we'll continue our conversation. Huge shout out to this community, by the way. You guys keep doing it. You keep it going. I don't mean to continue to sound like a broken record, but the support you guys show for what I do here, it means a lot. It means a lot. I'm always very humbled by the support. So thank you. And Tyler M, thank you for your super chat, man. We have Figuratively Literal. He says, people are placing the trust argument on Sony. Sony isn't the one buying ABK or upheaving the proven business model that supports the entire industry. You don't push this hard for the consumer. Thank you, Figuratively Literal. I appreciate you saying this in the super chat because it is true. There's a lot of gaslighting going on where, and I admit, I give into it too much. Which I should probably try not to do, but you're right. You're right. Like, people need to stop speaking as if Sony is the one when they are not. It's people constantly make it sound like they want to talk about this and they want to have conversations that are based in fact, right? But they frequently just throw these wrenches all around. That just it just messes the entire conversation up because it's like that's not relevant to the conversation. The idea of like, well, somebody bring up, well, if Sony could, they would, but they're not. So what does that have to do? You know what I mean? It doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's like when you catch it's like if you catch the criminal. You know, it's like, well, this person's a suspect. I bet you they would if they could. What does that have to do? Like, but they're not the criminal. They're not the one who did it. They're not the one doing it. So what does that have to do with this? It doesn't have anything to do with it. And I think that people just like to bring this up because honestly, I think a lot of people bring this stuff up when they realize they don't have anything else to say. They don't have any other arguments to make. It is one of the and I want to tell you this too. One of the reasons, Figuratively Literal, and everybody else listening, that I'm so eager for this conversation to permanently, well, I don't know, permanently go away, but this entire scenario to just finally be over, is because I can't deal with people who really don't understand what's going on, even a little bit. Like they just have no clue, but they chime in and they really speak like they know, and they're going to tell me or others, when in reality, it's like they don't even know the difference between an independent studio and a video game publisher. But they think that they're going to be the ones to go around telling people. To me, I'm not interested, frankly, in engaging with people, whether it's on the internet. I mean, I guess in person it's different. It would be a lot easier to engage with people because, you know, we're in person. But on the internet anyway, I'm not trying to engage with people who want to tell me how great of a deal Game Pass is and how much they're winning by Microsoft doing this. Because those people, I'm not trying to fight with them and I'm not trying to argue with them, but you're saying, Sully, you're saying, MEG, I think it's you who doesn't have a clue. Dude, I don't know how you could listen to the things I'm saying and not see that. All right, I don't know why. First off, I don't know why I'm engaging with that. It just pulled me away from my point. I'm not interested in having conversations with people who are focused on the great value that is Game Pass. It's not because I'm anti-consumer. It's not because I don't want to see people save money. It's not because I don't want to see more people play great games or games at all. It's none of those things. It is simply because if that is the only thing that a person is interested in, then as far as I'm concerned, they're not the type of person that wants to try to see the bigger picture of the gaming industry. And that to me is not, that's not interesting to me at all, because it's just like, well, when I encounter people who do try to have deeper conversations at times, right? Like they basically go the distance with something like Game Pass, with something like consolidation, and they try to explain to me like the ways in which it can work and it can be good. And I don't mind that, because usually people who are trying to have those conversations, they bring something to the table that is usually not foolproof, but is worth listening to. And I like to think I do that a lot of times, at least sometimes, with these conversations. But the real issue with what I'm saying is that so few of those conversations are actually happening anywhere, because almost all of it is just loud, obnoxious noise from people who are it's just a game to them, and they're just playing a game. They're just doing the thing. And it becomes, and I'm at least grateful that I have people here who are willing to listen to me and converse with me and whatnot. But figuratively literal, I just think that your super chat kind of strikes a chord with me a little bit, because it immediately makes me realize how much of that is actually going on. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. And there's only so many facts we can list. I do it here too. I speculate. I run through scenarios. I try to have different viewpoints and consider other viewpoints. But there are only so many facts we can lay out right now. And it just seems to me that what people really have to do in this specific scenario is you have to look at the facts that are laid out and decide which of those facts you're going to put your faith in. Because these are facts, but the entire situation itself is still in motion. And that's really all we can do right now. And right now, to me, the fact that I put my faith into, hold on. I love how these dudes just literally come here to waste money. Like, thanks for your $2, man. Like, what a fucking moron. These are the types of people that follow whoever that guy is. They're fucking morons, bro. Like, holy shit. Like, imagine going to watch your preferred content creator and they're watching another content creator, and then you go to that content creator stream and give them your money. That's next level dumbass, bro. Fuck. I appreciate it, though. I'll take that $2. Fuck, man. Maybe I shouldn't have blocked that dude. Maybe he would have kept giving me more money. Damn. Well, hey, anybody else want to come in and drop some super chats? Whoever's sending them over. By all means, please continue to do so. God damn, though. But yeah, figuratively literal, I think you're on the money here. I do. It is difficult to have these extended, long conversations and not at least acknowledge some of these things. It's going to happen, and it's fine. I think it's all that bad, Like, I like to hear the perspective of other people. And that's the one that I kind of, again, I sympathize with and I understand the most, where it's like, I don't like to lack so much awareness that, like, people are just like, yo, I just like the deal that is like, I just like to save money and have access to a lot of games. Like, to me, that is how Microsoft wins. And I totally acknowledge that. You know what I mean? Like, I totally get that. I guess it's just, it is difficult for me. It is difficult for me to just make that the only angle I see it from, because I buy my games still. You know what I mean? Like, I don't subscribe to services. I buy my games. I still buy physical copies of games. You know, I still look, you know, I don't have that experience. I have a little bit of experience, but I don't, my gaming experience is not booting up my console and going onto a service and basically browsing it like I do like Netflix or something. That's not my experience. It has been my experience on rare occasion with PlayStation. I tried out like PlayStation Plus Extra for a little bit, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I'm just not, I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it's a great option, but I don't know. To me, I just interact with games differently than I do like movies or stuff like that, you know? Or music for that matter. Saying there's nothing wrong. Jeez, relax, Leia. Saying there's nothing wrong with enjoying your choice in piece of plastic, but some people take it way too far. Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things where I actually wouldn't mind. I don't mind. It's already happening. Like, I don't really have such a problem with subscription services to a degree in which it's like, oh man, like I want to see them die. I want to see them fail. I'm not that against them. Like, I'm really not. I can enjoy them, and I have enjoyed them. You know, there are plenty of subscription services that I've gotten some value out of, no doubt about it. It's the only thing that concerns me really is in the long run with these services. Like, I think something that has been proven is it cannot be the only way, and it can't be the be all end all, because it's too, these mediums are too complex. There's too much there for it to all just be squeezed into one small space. You know? And so I guess like my ideal outcome and scenario with this whole situation is one where both business models can basically thrive. You know? Oh, dude. Thank you, David. Thank you for your money, bro. I'll be sure to I'll be sure to invest wisely with that. Oh my god, dude. I mean, like I said, man, if you want to keep giving me your money, it's cool, bro. I'll take it. Gotta maintain my my professionalism here, though. Professionalism, yeah. There's MBG's channel. There's so much professionalism. MBG straight up deleting super chats. Yeah. I still have quite a few super chats to go, though. Edward Hulse, you're saying, I wouldn't be surprised if Sony acquired SE now, or Square Enix. Mass consolidation is where we are headed. The global regulators failed to protect consumers. Sad day. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked either. I wouldn't be surprised. Because, dude, think about it. Like, I mentioned this earlier, but if you are Sony, or if you're any, not even just Sony, but anybody else, right? Like any other platform holder, it like I said, the regulators, almost all of them have approved it and said this is fine. And the few that tried to stop it are in the process. Well, one already did get steamrolled, but the other is in the process of basically maybe walking back their initial plan to stop it. And when you think about that, yeah, man, I would be quite surprised if Sony, if they're like, we're not going to do anything. If they're like, we're just going to not look for any acquisition targets. We're not going to, you know what I mean? I just don't, I'm not saying that they're necessarily going to go for Square Enix, but it's leaning in that. I feel like it's starting to lean in that direction where it's like, I mean, at what point does Sony maybe begin to get kind of nervous that, well, look, we have this great relationship with Square, right? We have this great relationship with Square, and we get these exclusivity deals with them. We partner with them. It's a mutual thing. But what if somebody scoops them up? What then? So you can kind of understand why Sony might be put in this position where, like, we don't want to risk losing that. So we have to pursue it aggressively to protect it. I don't know. I don't know if that's really the direction Sony is going in, but it would be a fascinating turn of events if Sony did turn around and they were like, we got to go, man. We got to put the pedal to the metal and start buying. Corey Landiga with the super chat. You're saying Sony's console market share thus far this generation is just fine. Watching Microsoft spend 60 to 70 billion to own entire publishers who are still demanding to sell outside of Microsoft. Just a thought. And I see what you're saying, Corey. It is the truth. Again, a fact of the matter here is Bethesda, at least Pete Hines of Bethesda, was not very happy with Microsoft's decision to say, hey, we're gonna make Bethesda games exclusive, but not Activision Blizzard's or Call of Duty. And I'm sure that they're over that now. They already are owned by them. There's nothing they can really do. But that's the thing about this is Microsoft doesn't really have a delicate touch necessarily, right? It's a weird way to put it, but they don't. They're very heavy-handed. They just I've described what Microsoft is doing in the past as brute force, and people say that is a viable option. You're 100% correct. In business, brute forcing your way to success is actually more common than you might think. But the thing about brute forcing your way is there are going to be fingers that get stepped on along the way. There are going to be potential, again, long-term consequences and ramifications that, they end up kind of popping up later down the line. So it's yeah. It is it is crazy to think about how much money Microsoft spent in such a short period of time, like close to $100 billion. That's insane, man. I mean, Microsoft must have a lot of confidence, dude. Truthfully, like they must have a lot of confidence in where Xbox is headed, because to make that kind of money back, it's going to take a long time, a long, long time. Zenzo76, you're saying Sony should buy Square and Capcom, corner the Japanese side because Sega is next for Xbox. I see a lot of people mentioning that they're going to go for Sega. I mean, yeah, I could kind of see it. I could. The only thing that makes me hesitant to believe that is Sega did recently say that they're not interested, but money talks, They're saying that now. If Microsoft called them and made them an offer they couldn't refuse, I'm sure Sega, just like most other publishers, would be like, okay. Sony making a play for the Japanese market. I mean, it makes sense logically, right? I mean, that's Sony is a Japanese company, and you assume they already have very strong ties with many of these Japanese publishers. If things continue to escalate, I almost wonder if some of these Japanese publishers might start to turn to Sony, and be like, maybe we should kind of, like, do you want to buy us? Because I don't know. I just know that the Japanese culture is different. It is true that a lot of it is honor based. Like they still like their integrity and their honor. It means a lot to them, and I don't know. We don't know. I don't know how Capcom, how Square, how any of these Konami, we know how any of these Japanese publishers feel about what's happening in the industry right now. But yeah, well, I wish I could tell you guys. I wish I could tell you what is likely to happen, but the harsh truth of the matter, maybe it's not harsh, maybe people like it, but we are at a truly unstable time where anything can happen, man. That, like, no one would have thought that Microsoft was going to buy Activision Blizzard right after buying Bethesda. No one would have thought that. No one would have thought that Microsoft was ever going to buy Bethesda in the first place. If there's one thing these past couple of years have taught me, is that there's no predicting what happens next. We'll try and we'll run scenarios, and that is a possibility. JC 2013, you're saying, just remember it's not over till the CMA sings. Well, they're singing right now, man. They're starting to sing. JC, I don't know if maybe you missed this, but the CMA is now backing off and asking Microsoft to negotiate with them. It's obvious what's happening. It couldn't be more. Like the CMA, they went from, keep in mind, the CMA went from hell no, we're not budging, to actually, if you want to negotiate some new terms here, we'd be willing to do that. It's obvious, man. They bent the knee. They're not going to hold out the way that they made it seem like they would. Christopher, you're saying PlayStation already has a parent company. It's Sony. Apple is not going to buy Sony. Sony isn't going to sell PlayStation. That's true. I guess I had a yeah. You're right about that. You're right about that. That was a miscalculation on my part. You're saying Sony isn't going to sell PlayStation. PlayStation is the only profitable division. Yeah, Sony wouldn't sell PlayStation. Not a chance. You see, that's where things get kind of shaky, right? Because PlayStation is one of Sony's, not only one of their only profitable divisions, but that's where like a huge chunk of their money comes from, like a bulk of their money. This is why Sony's market share being threatened is so serious, and why when I talk about this with you guys, I say, like, we don't know what could happen. Sony could go crazy. We don't know. It really depends on how threatened they really feel. I'll tell you right now, after today, I'm pretty sure Sony's feeling somewhat I don't want to say they're feeling really threatened, but Sony, I think they're feeling something. They're feeling some kind of pressure. How could they not? I mean, let me ask you, how would you guys feel if you were Sony and you woke up to this news today, and your lawyers are basically informing you, like, yeah, it's pretty much a done deal. And you're Sony, and you hear the CMA, and the CMA is like, yeah, we'll talk to you, Microsoft. I mean, if I'm Sony, I'm thinking, like, all right, well, we've been preparing for this scenario, and saying not worried at all. I mean, that could be how they are right now. I feel like crying. Yeah, Jim Ryan's he's drying his tears with his $100 bills. Laman, you're saying, please check your Venom under Juggernaut tweet with the headline Sony prediction and a link. William Aguilar put a big truth bomb on what Sony will do. I'll try to remember to do that, Laman. I have quite a few super chats I still have to get through, and right now they have to be the priority, man. So if I have time and I remember, I'll go check that out. Tom from Toonami, you're saying FTC wanted this judge. Microsoft wanted the hearing in DC. Yeah, that type of stuff I didn't know. I wasn't following it that closely. I think Sony on Suicide Watch. No, I don't think it's that serious. The Furious, you're saying nauseating seeing many convinced this is good for consumers, even level-headed journalists. How'd Microsoft convince people that no PlayStation ports equals more players? Oh, you know how the saying goes, man. Money does talk. Money does talk, and people love an underdog story as well. That's something we can't underestimate, is how much people love an underdog story. And, the general masses, they don't care how powerful Microsoft is. They don't care about Microsoft's past. They don't care about the things that Microsoft has tried to pull. What they care about right now is what they're being fed by not just the media, but by literally everybody on the internet, seemingly. And that is that, dude, Microsoft deserves this. They absolutely deserve this. There's nothing wrong with this, and they're the ones that are getting stomped. They're in third place. They even admit themselves that they're not good at what they do, and they deserve to be able to compete. This is what the masses are believing, and to an extent, it is true. Like, I don't want to say everything Microsoft said is a lie, because it's not. It is true that they, them basically saying, like, we don't know what we're doing, and we need this to make this work for us. That is true. Like, there have been people who have said that they need Activision Blizzard to even compete. I think that's crazy. Like, I don't know what type of industry you want this to be, where you have a player in the game so incompetent that the only way they can be competent is by buying a titan of a publisher like Activision Blizzard King. I'm not sure how the hell anybody could want that for this industry, but that's just it. The reason why they think they want it is because of what's right in front of their face. What is right in front of their face? I'll tell you what's not in front of everybody's face. Microsoft's failures. What's not in front of everybody's face is all the shit that Microsoft has, just the amount of times they've fumbled the ball and face planted the past decade. None of that is in front of their face. What's in front of their face is, but you like that Game Pass price, right? Huh? You want to get these games in Game Pass? I bet you do. I bet you do. That's what's in front of everybody's face right now. That, and a lot of executives, as well as shills on the internet, who are out here cheerleading. And you on one side you have the executives crying and moaning and talking about how they can't compete. And on the other side you have the shills, cheering them on and telling them to buy more, even more. And it's all in the name of, because I get a better deal on Game Pass. He's saying, imagine getting patriotic for consoles. Dude, that's the thing, man, it is easy for people to frame all of this as, oh, this is all just console war nonsense, and there's just a neurotic PlayStation fan and whatever. But it's like, the reality is people are literally just throwing themselves at Microsoft and saying, please save us. Like, you are the best. Like, I'm going to play Call of Duty in Game Pass, and it's going to be fucking awesome. And my only question is, why the fuck are you still playing Call of Duty? I mean, that is kind of a question I have. I won't lie. It's like there's like layers of shit here that I can't understand, where it's like, I'm excited about Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard. And I'm like, oh, why is that? You like industry consolidation? I don't know what that is, but I get to play Call of Duty in Game Pass. Why are you still playing Call of Duty? I don't know, because I've been conditioned to just accept the same game year in and year out at full price, and Microsoft's going to help me because I don't have to pay full price anymore. So instead of my money going to Activision Blizzard, one slimy company, it gets to go to another slimy company, that being Microsoft. Well, actually, Microsoft isn't slimy. Microsoft's actually a really good guy, Did you see Sony and their exclusivity practices? I don't know, man. They're pretty mean to them. I mean, this is literally the type of nauseating nonsense that is being regurgitated all across the internet. And it's just like, I don't understand. He's saying ironic coming from me. Dude, Free Guy, do me a favor. Please clip all of the times in the stream I've shit on Sony. And then come back to me. Oh, wait, that's right. You won't do that. No one will do that. No one will do that. No one will do that. Because I'm just a Sony shill. And Sony can do no wrong. And Microsoft is the big bad guy. Look, man. It is what it is. I've already accepted that this is the way it's going to go, man. No amount of bitching on my part or crying or ranting or, sarcasm. It's not going to change it. This is what people want. And like I said earlier, I hope they're right. I do. Like, I hope you were right. I hope that this is the best thing that ever happens to gaming. I hope that all these things you're telling me about Microsoft and how I hope you're even right about just how bad Sony is. Because if Sony's that bad, then when Microsoft basically takes their spot in the future, things should be better then. Things should be so much better than they ever were when Sony was the market leader. I hope you're right. I guess I just should apologize for assuming that a corporation that has literally been known to try to monopolize industries, I'm sorry for not fucking getting on my knees and thanking them and cheering them on. So my bad. Goldcast, you're saying, do you and other PS guys look foolish for celebrating after the CMA block now? Was it premature or was it just console war? Well, yeah, I won't lie. It was one of those areas where at least for me, I'm not speaking for anybody else, I definitely got ahead of myself and I got too caught up in it. And I wish I didn't do that because that's the problem, man, is when I talk about the pendulum swinging back and forth, I'm too quick to just dive in head first and not realizing, dude, this might be shallow water. Look before I leap type stuff. It was difficult though. I think at that time, the thing that was difficult to fight against was the fact that when that happened, it seemed at the time, and I think a lot of people could back me up here, that this shit's done. And that's what some so-called professionals, right, were saying. They're like, yeah, this is over, dude. Like, this is the death rattle. And I'll take the L on that because it could have been handled better. No doubt about that. But it was nice to see, though. I will admit, like, the one thing I don't regret about that stream was probably most of what I said. I think it was more the behavior on my part, not necessarily what I said, but how I said it. Because I know a lot of the things I said that day, and I meant them. I was glad to see people getting a sobering wake-up call that you were fucking cheering on a company that has failed to make good games for you. And you were cheering them on because they're buying something that you're already getting. And now they're seemingly not going to get that. And they're going to be forced to do the exact thing they told Sony to do, which is make your fucking own. So I don't regret the sentiment because the sentiment was just that. The sentiment is good. If this shit gets blocked and the CMA shuts this down, no more consolidation. Instead, innovate. Try harder. Make better games. Work with what you have. Diamonds are made under pressure, man. Is Call of Duty a diamond? Really? Is that where we are in this industry? Call of Duty's a diamond now. No, it's not. In fact, the reason why Call of Duty is at the center of all this is because Call of Duty is the embodiment of a game that was a diamond. It was a diamond. And it lost its luster, man. And now Call of Duty still holds enough value. It still holds enough in the eyes of gamers that it's like, this shit is still well worth $10. It is. It is. It's a unicorn. Diamonds are forever. I just don't get it, man. Like, I don't know. I wish I could better understand why Call of Duty is so successful still. And it's weird that I don't understand, because I've played Call of Duty for many years. And even I still don't understand. Like, I don't understand why it's so popular. Saying COD is making me hate myself. I feel like a lot of people feel that way, man. You're saying because it's fun? No, I get that. I get that. I think what I just mean is like I'm not saying Call of Duty's a bad game. Like I said, I played it for many years. The thing that happened to me though was that I got to a point where I'm like, I'm buying this game every fucking year. It's the same game every year. Every year. And I think that, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I am shocked that Call of Duty never transformed into basically Fortnite. Like, just and I know Warzone exists, but what I mean is that, like, it is, to me, almost like an anomaly that Warzone can exist and be successful, but they still sell a yearly Call of Duty. Maybe it's like the campaign. I guess that's the only thing maybe that does it. But it is crazy to me that the formula still works. That is mind-boggling to me. Saying, is that bad? Well, that's the conundrum, isn't it? Right there, that's the conundrum, is who decides if that's good or bad. I could sit here and I could say that is bad. Why am I saying that's bad? Because I don't like Call of Duty anymore. I haven't for some time now. And I can say it's bad because I feel Call of Duty is the literal antithesis of innovation and actually trying to do something interesting in this industry. I feel like it is actually the epitome of rinse, repeat, please give us your money, and we're just going to keep crapping out the same thing with absolute bare minimum, bottom of the barrel changes, right? And I feel like it's like no different than a sports game in that sense. But at least in sports, and this, to me, this is the interesting part. At least the sports games, I can kind of understand, well, sports happen seasonally. And sports fans are already kind of conditioned to, like, you ready to start again? You know what I mean? Call of Duty, it just, to me, it is bad that it is as successful as it is, because it proves that you can just crap out the same thing every year and make not just bank, but be at the top. And I just have to ask myself, like, what other, like, could other games get away with this? Do other games get away with this? And if so, like, why is the market, why is that what the market gravitates towards? That's my thing here. And I'll tell you why, it has to be the social aspect. You're saying, MVG, you are literally arguing against 99% of all franchises. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not against sequels and franchises. I'm not. I guess I'm just saying that, like, with most games, there's breathing room. There's like at least a little bit of breathing room. With Call of Duty, the reason why it's such an anomaly to me is because it's literally, like, dude, this year, this is the craziest shit to me. And it's either going to be in the next couple of weeks or next month. The next Call of Duty is going to get revealed. Do you know what the next Call of Duty is going to be? Modern Warfare 3, a literal DLC, a literal expansion of Modern Warfare 2. And people are going to eat that shit up. And that is where I'm like, what the fuck? Not even a Black Ops. Like, if it was like a Black Ops game or like an Advanced Warfare 2 or some shit, I could be like, at least it's different. It's different in the sense that it's a different setting. Oh, you like that? You like the different setting? Some new characters? Dude, it's fucking Modern Warfare expansion. And they're going to sell it at $70. Saying PlayStation is making most of their money from COD, by the way. That's the problem, man. I'm saying, like, what the hell? This whole situation is so weird to me. The whole situation is weird to me. But again, it comes down to a situation where it's like, I can sit here and I can question Call of Duty and I can be like, I don't get it, but it doesn't matter, because the only thing that does matter is the fact. And the fact is, Call of Duty is what wins in this market. It's what the market gravitates towards, and it's what the market props up and supports. And, you know, I'm not saying I have a problem with, and I see you saying I don't mind MBG going in on COD players. And it's like, I'm not trying to offend people, because I get it, man. Like, I understand that basically what I'm describing is the difference between the more casual side and the more hardcore side, I guess you could say. And there is definitely a disconnect there. I'm trying to be more understanding of the more casual side, and I'm probably going to have to be more understanding of that, especially if Sony's going to start, because that's the thing, man. Sony wants to find big success with their live service games. They're going to have to appeal to the casual side. Anyway, I gotta get a move on here with these super chats. Late stage capitalism, baby. Yeah. Tom from Toonami, you're saying the craziest thing about this whole thing was Pachter was right about everything. Are you really? Hold on now. Is that true? I haven't heard about Michael Pachter in a long time, but that's crazy if true. Because he's like infamous for getting everything completely wrong. But one of the biggest things you're telling me he gets right, that's crazy. That would be the wildest outcome of this entire thing. Michael Pachter ends up completely right about everything. Let me see. We got Grady saying, I know it's fresh on my mind after just finishing it, but Final Fantasy 16 is a top 5 game for me. I usually skip cutscenes, but not this game. Amazing story. I'm happy to hear that, man. Right now, Final Fantasy is easily by far and away my game of the year. I'm actually interested to see if Spider-Man is going to take that over or not. And I haven't fully completed the game yet, but I'm like, I have to be again. I probably only have a couple hours left before I beat the game, because I'm sensing I'm like very much getting close to the end. It is really, I mean this. I get with some of the reviews and some of the people who play Final Fantasy, I can understand why there are people like, this just isn't my cup of tea. I don't understand anybody at all who's like, this is not a good game. Like, this is like anybody who basically talks about Final Fantasy 16 like it's a bad game. Dude, I don't get it. I cannot even remotely begin to understand why you think that. The only thing I can guess is that you can't stand action games. Like, you absolutely hate action-based games. That is the only thing that would explain to me why you do not like Final Fantasy 16 at all. But even then, man, just some of the things you experience in these boss battles in Final Fantasy 16, I won't lie to you. I was getting nervous. I'm like, please don't let my PlayStation 5 overheat. Because some of the shit that was happening on screen, I'm like, this is bonkers. I'm like, how is this not? Like, I could totally understand why some of this shit is overheating some PS5s. I've never seen anything quite like it. And I know that there are people who, like, they get kind of cynical about it. Like, oh, they're just glorified cutscenes and whatnot. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what you're playing, but it's really not that. Like, you're not just sitting there holding down one button the whole time. You're not. Like, you would lose. You would die if you did that. It's awesome, dude. Like, to put it in perspective, I don't think I've ever played a game that basically had my eyes so wide as I'm playing it. Like, I'm just like trying to process what I'm seeing right now. I won't lie. it seems clear to me they had to not make the gameplay in some of these boss battles. Like I'm talking about the icon battles. I'm telling you, they had to make sure the gameplay wasn't super intricate because everybody would lose. Because you can't, dude. I'm telling you, I was struggling to even play because I was just so enamored by like what I'm watching on screen and what's happening. You know, like I was trying so hard to process everything that's happening and still actually play the game and play it competently. And I think that they I think they achieved a good balance there. And I still haven't reached the end of the game. So like, I don't know. I mean, everything I've experienced up to this point is unbelievably wild. And I'm very curious to see how it all comes together. So I agree, man. It is by far my game of the year. I will admit, like, and I do want to be fair here. I do want to be fair. I don't want to say that Final Fantasy 16 is a perfect game. No game is perfect. You know, one of the things that actually does bother me in this game, because it's only fair that I have a few criticisms here too. It's just that these criticisms are like, when I compare the things it gets right, like really right, it makes the criticisms just basically, I'm like, I'm not going to remember that when I'm thinking about this game. The one thing that I do not like about Final Fantasy 16 that drives me a little bit crazy, there's two things. Number one, the dialogue that's there, and this is my fault, I understand, because people are going to say you don't have to do the side quests. You don't have to listen to all the dialogue, especially the side quests. But I'm like a completionist in a way, and I feel like I have to hear everything, and I want to do everything. And assuming that I'm playing the game it was meant to be played, where I'm trying to play everything, there is too much dialogue with the side quest. With the regular main story, it's fine. There's no issues. There's not too much. Like, I know people are like, the cutscenes are too long. I love that. It's just there are times where when I'm going to talk to a side character, it's like, well, I'm going to be listening to them talk for literally 5 minutes now. And I understand why they're trying to do that, because they're like, yeah, it's for the lure. I get it. Like, they really want to flesh out these characters in the world. And it does a great job in that. But I just can't deny that. I can't lie in that there are just some times where I'm like, all right, look, I'm interested in the side quest. I'm not that interested. You know what I mean? Like, let's just get a move on here. But again, that's one of those situations where it's like, it's some of the side quests are way more interesting than others. And I think that's probably what's doing it. The only other thing, okay, and this is a small gripe, but it's pretty funny. It's actually, it makes me laugh because I'm just like, okay, is this a troll? Is when what I just described, you go up to a character, you talk to them, and the dialogue is like 5 minutes long, and then it ends. And like, okay, back to playing. And then they literally ask you to go walk over to another character like 100 feet away and do the same, and like basically initiate another 5-minute dialogue. I'm like this, like, that feels like a troll to me. But yeah, it's a great game, man. You're saying, MBG, if you want the platinum, you have to do the side quest. Well, I am going for the platinum. I'm doing everything in the game, man. Like, as far as I can tell, I haven't skipped anything. So, oh, very important question. I haven't looked at the trophies. Somebody inform me. Are there collectibles in this game? Because I've been playing it for like 60 hours and I don't recall, other than like the rings, like maybe you have to get all the rings, but I haven't really seen any collectibles. There isn't. Oh my God. My game of the fucking lifetime. Game of the lifetime. No collectibles? Holy hell. It's a fucking miracle, dude. I knew it. I knew there was something about this game, and I'm like, what is making this game S tier right now? There's no fucking collectibles. And to every video game developer, every AAA video game developer in the industry, please take note of Creative Business Unit 3 and Final Fantasy 16. You can make great games without collectibles. Okay? We can do that. You have to upgrade everything. Everything? I hate collectibles, man. All right. Disco Cobra 2013. Thank you for the 20, man. You're saying, so if Microsoft won the FTC battle, does this mean the acquisition is moving forward? Have they officially acquired Activision, or is it still going to take a while for it to end? I was thinking it would go through eventually. That's a great question, and I think that is a big question that everybody has right now. So right now, they have not officially acquired them. All right, that's important to understand. A lot of us are talking about it as if they already have. That has not happened. However, what it does mean is that the chances of them officially acquiring them have shot up astronomically, and the chances of them closing the deal, which would be when Microsoft announces they've closed the deal, that means they've officially acquired them. That's likely to happen in the next week or so, or maybe before the end of the month. So while it hasn't happened yet, we are seemingly right on the cusp and on the verge of that happening. So Disco Cobra, I hope that clears things up for you, because you're not the only one I saw asking this question. I've seen, unfortunately, the weirdest thing. It's not the weirdest thing, but it's just something I've seen a lot, more than I expected. I guess because this is making big headline news, a lot of people who aren't following this very closely, a lot of them seem to be under the impression that A, this did go through and it's official, and B, it also means that Call of Duty is not going to release on PlayStation anymore. And it's crazy to me that there's still, like, it just goes to show this has been going on for so long. There's still so much confusion with the general population. There are people out there literally today thinking like, oh, well, I can't play Call of Duty on my PlayStation anymore. So it's Sony's definitely gonna have to, I guess, try to make sure that once this does officially go through, they're gonna have to make sure they find some way to inform people and make it known that no, you can still get Call of Duty on PlayStation. So Disco Cobra, dude, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, man. It's very, very kind of you. The Density, you're saying, I wish Final Fantasy VII was on Xbox. It seems it's not timed. Yeah, that I gotta say, that was always kind of weird to me. I always expected Final Fantasy VII Remake to eventually release on Xbox, but it never did. And it does seem that it is a permanent exclusive, and you have to assume that Sony locked down the trilogy, right? I think it's going to be 3 parts, Final Fantasy VII Remake. Rebirth is going to be a permanent exclusive, and whatever comes after that is also going to be permanent. And I do wonder, what was the cost? How much did Sony have to pay to make that happen? Surely it had to be a lot. Or I do wonder, what are the chances that maybe Square was like, Sony, if you just give us a little bit more money, maybe we won't release it on Xbox at all. I almost wonder if Square was just thinking, I don't know, maybe that you have to imagine they probably did some kind of calculation to here's how many copies realistically we could probably sell on Xbox. Sony, if you want to match that, we just won't release it on Xbox. And I bet you Sony was like, well, that's not that much at all. So we'll match that. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but I have to assume Sony paid something to make it a permanent. Because if not, I don't know, man. If Sony didn't have to pay anything extra to make it permanent, then Square must really hate Microsoft or something. Shelly, you're saying, so what will the CMA's compromise be? Microsoft failed to convince them before. Microsoft just said they'd tweak the deal for the UK. So what changes to get it over? That's a great question, Shelly, and I think that's probably the most relevant question right now, because that is truly the only thing that is in the way right now. Microsoft is right now, as we speak, in the process of negotiating with the CMA. And I don't be surprised if later this week, first you hear, it could happen tomorrow, could happen Thursday. Do not be surprised. The CMA comes out and they say, look, we negotiated with Microsoft, and you want me to speculate on what might change? I don't feel comfortable speculating that, simply because it's going to happen very, very soon. We're going to know maybe by this time tomorrow or by the end of the week. It could be anything, man. Right now, Microsoft has pretty much all the leverage. That's the reality. And you better believe Microsoft is utilizing that leverage. And the CMA is weakened, like severe. The CMA is not only weakened, they I don't know, man. I have no idea what they're going to request. It's probably going to be something really really mundane, really small, really stupid. We'll see, man. We'll see. Feral Flame, you're saying Microsoft started it, actually. How long did Call of Duty have exclusive content on the Xbox 360? That wasn't on PlayStation 3. And if it was there, it wasn't until a later date. Well, I try to remind people of that. That's why I feel like when people talk about like, oh, who started it? Who's worse? You know, who's the real bad guy here? I always try to remind people like it's just a game of escalation. The competition was always there from the beginning, and that competition dictates you have to do better than your competition. You have to get the advantage and the edge over your competition. And human nature also dictates that you're going to try to get away with anything you can as long as it's considered fair. If it's considered fair and it's within the rules, you're going to use it and you're going to do it. And that's what every company in gaming has done since the beginning, including Sony, including Microsoft. And you know, I don't blame Microsoft. Like, I'll be honest with you, I don't blame Microsoft for doing what they did during the 360 era. The only reason it sounds like we have a problem with it is because there are people who continue to try to prop Microsoft up and make them seem more innocent than they are. And we have to remind them that they're not, that they've done the exact same things that they are in the process of condemning. It's just convenient for them to condemn it now. I mean, it's like I just said, one of the last things that happened at the FTC trial was Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella literally said he would end all exclusivity if he could. And literally pointed the finger at Sony and saying they're the market leader and they still have exclusives, so it's their fault, basically. And people are like, yeah, Sony sucks. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, Sony is not the one who created exclusivity in this industry. And Microsoft has been utterly guilty themselves. They are literally, this man, Microsoft CEO, literally said this shit under oath right after buying Bethesda and making Starfield exclusive. It is the most ridiculous nonsense I've ever witnessed. And yet people are just like, adds up to me. Yeah, Microsoft's right. What's wrong with Sony? Like, dude, I'm tired. Again, we have to stop the blame game. And I understand there are people who are like, MBG, you're not the one to say this because don't you blame Microsoft still for some things? I do. And I can't get away from that, man. And maybe in that case I am part of the problem, but I can't help it. I can't help that, like, when I evaluate the landscape and I look at all the different parameters and I look at all the different situations and I consider all the different facts, right? I can't help but acknowledge that, yeah, there are some things that Microsoft absolutely needs to be blamed for. Sony as well. But you're saying Satya is actually telling the truth as he would put Game Pass on PS5 in a minute. Yeah, I guess you're right in a super technical sense. In a super technical sense, you're probably not wrong. You're probably not wrong about that. But surely you can understand, and I'm sure I would hope everybody can understand why Sony can't just say, sure, put Game Pass on PlayStation. Because if Sony does, it's a Trojan horse. If Sony does that, they're conceding and saying, we're never going to try to compete with you in this space. So you just automatically win by default. That is exactly what Microsoft wants. But that's the irony of it, is Sony also doesn't want to compete in that space unless they have to. So it's really a catch-22. But yeah, I just wanted to say that I don't blame Microsoft for doing what they did in the Xbox 360 era. The reason for that is because, dude, they capitalized on the situation, just like Sony did with the PlayStation 4 generation. At this point, I don't know that it's wise to blame anybody. Like, if you want to blame Sony, it's Sony's fault that Microsoft bought Bethesda and now ABK because of their third-party exclusivity deals, and they tried to kill Xbox. Well, when people say that, I just try to point out to them, but like, what about all the games Microsoft fucked up? What about all the studios Microsoft fucked up? What about all the failures that Microsoft themselves were responsible for? You know what I mean? Like when your competition hands you the win, what are you supposed to do? Say no thanks? Keep it? I'll just purposely struggle I'll needlessly struggle. And that's the problem. With the PS3 generation, Sony handed Microsoft the win at first. And Microsoft ran with that shit. And then at the beginning of the PS4 generation, Microsoft handed Sony the win. Like, go ahead. And Sony ran with that shit. It just seems like Sony got further, man. I think that is ultimately the thing that has come back to bite Sony in the ass. Sony made it further. Sony ran a lot further than Microsoft did, and Microsoft fell a lot further than Sony did. And I think ultimately that is, there is, look, this is a valid question to ask. Would it have been wiser of Sony when they realize that you are so far ahead, your competition doesn't stand a chance? Pump the brakes. And when I say pump the brakes, I'm not talking about their own studios. Please understand that. Do not pump the brakes on your own studios. Not at all. But pump the brakes with your third-party deals. Not only would Sony save money doing that, but you do have to wonder what that could have done. But that's another, it's another situation where it's like, who cares? Because let me ask you guys this, and I'll move on to the next super chat. If Sony didn't make games like Final Fantasy VII Remake exclusive and all these other titles that they locked down as timed exclusives, if they didn't do any of those deals and they just let them go and be multiplat, do you think Microsoft would have decided to not buy Bethesda and make their games exclusive? Do you think that would have stopped them from buying Activision? So serious, I'm really curious to see what people have to say. I see somebody saying nope, probably, maybe, who knows, would be the same, no. And that's the tough, that's where we have to ask and basically what that question boils down to is, do you believe Microsoft? That's essentially what I'm asking, because what Microsoft CEO said and what Phil Spencer has said, they're basically trying to make the argument that if Sony didn't do the things that they've done with third-party exclusivity, we wouldn't be buying these publishers. That is what Microsoft is communicating. And I'll tell you right now, I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that. To me, that entire notion reeks of bullshit from top to bottom. And this is what bothers me about this entire situation, is that many people do believe them. Many people do actually genuinely believe Microsoft when they say we are only doing this because Sony forced our hand. I've tried to remind people time and time again that all of these third-party games that Microsoft is crying about not getting, they could have paid for as well. And they chose not to. So, again, I think people need to keep that in mind when they are out here, Jerome, thank you for the 10, man. You're saying Nintendo made double the profit of Sony last year with an old console. It was a way for Sony to get more people or diehard fans in the door. They might be in third place soon if they are not careful. Yeah, Nintendo is interesting, man. Nintendo in this whole situation is interesting because I think they have proven to basically not be in competition, direct competition anyway, with Sony or Microsoft. And it is true that when when some of these arguments and some of these points that were being made in these trials, they seemingly just completely ignored Nintendo. Um, Especially when like Sony was getting the blame for things. It's like we just pretend Nintendo doesn't exist. But I do understand that it really does seem like Nintendo is not involved with this, man. And the reason for that is because Nintendo, I almost wonder if Sony, I don't know. I don't think Sony could be the new Nintendo. I don't think Sony could do what Nintendo does. The reason being is because Nintendo gave something critical up. That if Sony gave this up, it would kill PlayStation. It would probably kill PlayStation. At some point along the way, Nintendo gave up multi-platform games. And what I mean by that is I know they still get multiplats. I'm just saying they gave up on making that the reason people come to their console. They gave it up. The best that they can do is they can say you'll get some multiplats. But you know, who's buying a Nintendo Switch to play their multiplats? I mean, I think at this point, people like the notion of certain multiplats. It reminds me of like the PlayStation Vita in a sense, where it's like if a multi-platform game came to Vita, it was like, it's cool because it's like now I can play this on the go, assuming it's actually like the game itself, right? Like it's similar to the actual proper version. And I feel like that's kind of what Nintendo is. And that's why I'm saying Sony is kind of in this awkward position because when Sony, I think, made an argument at some point where they're like, Microsoft wants to make us just like Nintendo. They want to make us like Nintendo. And I think that's kind of true, but Sony can't survive. PlayStation can't. I think PlayStation could survive that way, but man, they would sink so far down. Because the one thing that Nintendo has that Sony doesn't is Nintendo's games sell, I mean, like 30, 40 million copies. I mean, it kind of dwarfs. It doesn't dwarf, but Sony's just not there with their games. And I don't think Sony could get away with some of the stuff that Nintendo gets away with. Mainly because I think that they are two different audiences to a degree. Nintendo also has their child-friendly, their kid-friendly. Sony is the opposite of that, usually. Aside from like Astrobot, Ratchet and Clank, Sackboy, generally speaking, they're not young kids, So these are really interesting things to bring up when you're talking about this entire situation, because when you whittle it down, it really is just Sony and Microsoft at each other's throats. And you begin to when you really begin to understand that Sony cannot just do what Nintendo does and find that type of success, you really begin to understand why Sony might start to go a little crazy. Because you're right. Sony does need to be careful. I know that there were people earlier who were like, Sony doesn't have to worry at all. They don't have, they could just sit back. No, man. I'm not saying they have to be panicked or scared or go crazy. I'm not saying that, but they cannot just be sitting back and saying, well, let's just see what happens. They can't. They absolutely can't. They have to be doing the opposite right now. Like they have to really, I would like to think that this entire time they have been in the planning phase of, I don't work for Sony, and I've sat here having numerous conversations with you guys talking about what Sony might do in scenario A, B, C, and D, right? And I'm just MBG. You have to imagine Sony has like probably 10 different plans written up for 10 different situations, with all these different configurations. At least I would hope so, right? Because if not, that's like, geez. Maru, you're saying, I have only one thing to say. We will be more than okay. That's a quote from Jim Ryan. Yeah. But I don't know. Do you think he was like posturing up a little bit? I'm telling you, like I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the leaked email from Jim Ryan back in early 2022, where he was basically saying like, we're not worried. We'll be okay. We have our own stuff cooking. But you have to think about it, man. Like, I don't know. Like, Is Jim Ryan supposed to send an internal email to a former Sony CEO being like, I don't know what the hell we're going to do? Like he is meant to be the leader. He is the leader. It's his job. And I'm not saying Jim Ryan. I'm just saying that it's probably easier to say we'll be more than okay in that moment. And now that we're at that point where it's like, they won, dude. I don't know. I'll put it to you this way. To me, it sounds like Jim had a plan. I have a plan, Arthur. He's like Dutch. Okay, hopefully more competent than Dutch though. Maybe that's a bad analogy, but yeah, Jim Ryan's like Dutch, and we the PlayStation fans are like Arthur. But one last train, yeah. But I want to believe that he has some kind of plan, because how could he not, dude? How could he not? Like, come on. Jim's been with PlayStation since 1994. This man is sweating bullets at night. Not every night, but this man has had some nights where he's lying down and he's like, the fuck are we going to do, man? Like, motherfuckers, he's probably sitting there like, God damn, Mike, you see all those memes they're making to me? No, but he, surely he has some kind of plan. Because if not, dude, if Jim Ryan didn't have a plan during this whole time, I'd have to ask, how the hell did this man become the CEO of PlayStation? Saying you bet Jim doesn't even have a PS5 in his house. That would be shameful. I would be very disturbed if Jim Ryan didn't even have a PS5 in his house. Like, damn, Jim. Surely he does, right? Surely he has to. Pretty sure Phil Spencer has a PS5 though, which is insane. Insanely ironic. Jim secretly plays on the Xbox Series S. Dude, that's so funny to me. Like, do you think Jim Ryan has any family members that have asked him for like I don't know, maybe like, well, he's pretty old, maybe like grandkids or something, I don't know, for like a Xbox Series S, and he's like, no. No, you get a PS5. How about a PS5 Slim for Christmas? That's so funny. Let me see. We have Aliga Brown. I hope I said your name correctly. You said Sony had bought majority of their studios, maybe a handful they built from the ground up. Name 10 studios they actually built from the ground up. Well, no, I don't think Sony. You're right. I don't think there are 10 studios that Sony built from the ground up. Although, I am curious here. Let me see. Keep in mind, at no point have I tried to make the argument that Sony only built their studios. I think that's where the whole organic conversation gets out of hand or taken out of context. I don't know where the whole organic thing came from, but think of it like this. Think of it as the difference between, I don't know, like buying fast food versus buying the ingredients to cook your own meal, versus you're literally growing your ingredients and then you're harvesting them and then you're making the meal. That's how I view it. Like, I feel like, what Sony basically did the equivalent of, they bought the ingredients and then they made the meal, and the meal was great. You know what I mean? Like high quality. I think that's one of my better analogies. And I don't think anybody at this point, at least they shouldn't be, we shouldn't be having arguments about, well, like, unless they literally made the studio from the ground up, it's just not a realistic argument. I mean, if I'm looking at their studio list now, I think Ben's studio, they actually built them from the ground up, right? Team Asobi is a studio that they built from the ground up, which is interesting because they're more recent. I feel like we don't give them enough credit for that. Wait, did they? Hold on. I don't even, now I'm actually confused myself. I would have to actually, did they build Team Asobi? I can't. This is what I'm saying. It's like, if Team Asobi existed before Sony acquired them, I don't know. I might be misremembering things. But the whole argument here is that it's not about telling anybody that like Sony built all these studios. No, but it's about acknowledging that what they did for these studios over the many years, over literal decades, matters and has to count for something. At least just a little bit, right? Like, again, I'm not asking the casual gamer to care. I'm not asking the person who is excited to play Call of Duty and Game Pass to care that Sony built Naughty Dog up. I'm not asking them to care. I'm just asking them to be mindful of it, to just be aware, to just understand. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Because I feel like that understanding can go a long way in, think about it. A lot of people, the reason why they can't see or they don't see the bigger picture is because they're just ignorant to it. And there's nothing wrong with that, man. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss, right? I'm not saying people should care. It's just that I'm not opposed to people just having some type of understanding. You know what I'm saying? Of like how your games are made and just a little bit. It's like movies, it's like when people watch like behind the scenes and stuff, or they see set photos. It's like you're gaining a little bit of insight into what goes behind the making of this. And that little bit of insight goes a long way for people. That's all it is. And the same can be, same with Microsoft, and the stuff that they're doing. My name is Mud. You're saying fact is what Microsoft is doing is to support their business strategy, that being Game Pass. What Sony's been doing is to support their business strategy. You're right. And I appreciate that, my name is Mud, because you're right. That is just a cold, hard, simple fact of the matter. And what we can take from that, based off of what we're seeing in front of us, is it's interesting how Microsoft's big win here is not actually them buying Activision Blizzard or Bethesda. Their big win is that business model. It is, because I feel like a lot of people would question would Microsoft have ever considered buying Bethesda or Activision if it wasn't for Game Pass? And I feel like everybody would basically say no way. See, it is that they have an advantage in the business model over Sony. Because you're right, both of what they're doing, they're both trying to build and support and maintain and grow, hopefully, their business model. And Microsoft's business model is totally opposed to Sony's. And when we talk about, because I've said this multiple times today, Sony and Microsoft are at each other's throats. That's why they're at each other's throats, because they are both fighting essentially for the same person. And that's actually why Call of Duty has ironically kind of been at the center of all this, because the person that they're fighting for is the casual. If you think about it, man, the people who are supporting PlayStation on one side and the people who are right now supporting Xbox on the other, they've kind of always, mostly have always been there. Like, you're not seeing people, like, the only thing that's being swayed right now are the masses. But the people who are still with PlayStation are there because they were already there. And the people who were with Xbox are there because they were already there. Microsoft isn't trying to win over the Xbox fan who has been subscribed since 2017 and has been loyal to them for years, right? And that's not what Sony's trying to do either. It's so weird because we are witnessing just this iconic battle basically between these two companies, and they are fighting for a player base that, frankly, I don't think either side, in terms of the fan base, actually cares about. And to me, that is the strangest irony in this whole thing. And it's why I'm actually super excited for it to finally be over, because I look forward to the day where Sony takes that L. Truthfully, where Jim and the entirety of PlayStation are like, well, Call of Duty is Microsoft's, and there's not a damn thing in the world we can do about it. You know, like, good, because maybe now, I don't know. I don't know if that's good. The reason why I say this is because you could almost look at Call of Duty as Sony didn't have to worry, right? Sony didn't have to worry about getting the casual in because Call of Duty does it for them. But if Call of Duty, I'm not saying if it goes away, but if Microsoft owns it and Microsoft starts swaying more people over to the Xbox side, those casuals, I don't know. I don't know. I guess maybe that's where their live service games come in. Iconic battle. Yeah, you'll see yourself out. I don't know. It's fascinating, man. Even though I am eager for this to end, I do still find myself continually fascinated by I don't know, just all the different facets of all the things involved, man. There's just so many different rabbit holes you can kind of go down, and that's why I'll be honest, man. That's why it's been really nice these past couple of days. Just play some Final Fantasy, bro. Sometimes you just gotta disconnect from this stuff. All right, let me see. Solid Crusader 89. I think I'm close to the end. Oh my god. I think I'm getting close to the end of these super chats. I appreciate it, guys. The support has been immense, and I really do thank you guys for that. Solid Crusader, you're saying, to be honest, I never liked any other game by Activision except Call of Duty. If I don't get Call of Duty in the future, then it's not the end of the world. Even for PlayStation fans, PlayStation are still making great exclusive games better than Xbox. Yeah, that I do find myself wondering if I would actually I don't want to see Microsoft take Call of Duty from PlayStation, because that would, I don't know, that would definitely not be good for Sony, or I think even the fan base. But I just kind of want to see Sony stop caring so much about Call of Duty. I do. And I think that's why I really want them to have a successful live service game, because it's not that it's like, again, I don't want Call of Duty stripped from the platform. I want the option to be there. For people who play Call of Duty on PlayStation, I'm not saying I want you off the platform. You know, you're not helping. Nothing like that. Of course they are. Like, they're helping Sony's bottom line. They're buying consoles. They are supporting this business model to an extent, right? I just wish that, I don't know, it'll just be a great day for Sony, and I think for the fan base as well. If Sony can secure that, I don't know that they'll be able to match the type of money they make from Call of Duty, but if they can get even close to that with a really successful live service game that they put out, right, that they own, it would at least relieve that pressure of, oh, well, now Sony doesn't have to worry if in the future Microsoft's like, yeah, we're keeping Call of Duty for ourselves, whatever might happen. It would really mitigate that, and I think, I don't know, I do wonder if that is Sony's strategy here. I do wonder if Sony's strategy is to just solidify their own, basically fortify themselves to where we can lose anything and we'll be fine. We'll survive. And we'll, like, just like Jim Ryan said, like, we'll be okay. We'll be more than okay. I do wonder if that is the plan. If that is what Jim Ryan's trying to invest in, where it's like, we got the single player games, we got the single player studios, we got to start getting different types of games, multiplayer games, live service games, and we got to have hits in all these areas. We need to build these franchises in all these different genres and basically just create a full, fortification. I don't know. It sounds so immensely difficult. I don't know that anybody in this industry has actually done that. I'm going to say nobody in this industry has done that. Nobody has successfully found mega hit games in every genre. Like, there's always something that's lacking. And I don't know, maybe that's just not a possibility for one entity. CW 813-305. I'll read your two super chats back to back. You're saying it would be hilarious if all the devs left Call of Duty to work on rebooting SOCOM and left Microsoft to develop for COD. COD will be the next Halo. Jokes aside, Xbox needed the win, but quality will go down. This is a big win for Microsoft as far as mobile. That is true. I have neglected the mobile side of this conversation entirely, frankly, because I'm not interested in it. But yes, in terms of when this deal closes, Microsoft will get the biggest win in mobile, and that will kind of hurt Sony as well. I'm okay with that. I don't care if Sony never gets involved with mobile. I don't like this. I'm going to be honest. I do not like that Sony is aggressively pursuing like making these AAA games for mobile, because I mean, dude, I've played some live service games like PUBG and Dead by Daylight, and they have mobile versions, and I went to go check out those mobile versions and I almost threw up, bro. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not that bad, but it is truly a dumbed down version of like, I consider these games like these are some great gameplay loops and great gameplay mechanics, and they're nuanced. They require some skill, some thought. And then I go check the mobile version, and it's just like, you remove all that nuance, and it really is just a truly oversimplified, like ABC 1, 2, 3 version of the game. And I'm like, I hate this. And like that's what upsets me, is that it just seems like in order for gaming to continue to grow, not to continue to grow, but the biggest aspect of gaming is the mobile market. And that, I guess, makes sense. I don't know. Maybe it's, what's going to happen one day. Let me just say this, because now I'm over 4 hours deep into the stream, and this is where some crazy shit starts to come out. It probably isn't that crazy though. What if mobile gaming really is the future? Hold on though, before you jump on me. What if it's just eventually we're going to get to a point, technologically speaking, where our phones can easily play games? Now, I don't know how far in the future this is, guys. I'm talking like, I don't know. I don't know the rate at which technology is growing. Our phones can easily play PS5 level games, PS6 level games. I don't know. That's like way future, but I'm like wondering if we get to that point. Maybe, I don't know, like maybe one day we will see a point where the line is completely blurred between, mobile gaming and what we consider now like traditional console / PC gaming. I feel like we're already kind of getting close to that though, right? I don't know. I don't even know what I'm talking about at this point. You're saying MBG, can you just admit that today is a win for gamers? I don't know. I don't know that I have to think about that before I say it, because there is this kind of, again, there's just kind of like this nefarious energy lurking in the shadows that I don't feel right saying that, because I feel like I'm lying. I feel like that's a lie. That's what bothers me. And I feel like if I say that, I'm essentially regurgitating what Microsoft is telling you. That is what Microsoft is telling you. Microsoft is telling you that us buying Activision Blizzard is good for gaming and gamers. And again, I'm not willing to say absolutely not. It is actually very bad for gamers. The reason why I don't feel confident saying either definitively is because it could go one of two ways. And I think I lean more towards I'm not so sure it's going to be good in the long run, because I don't trust Microsoft as a company. I don't. Like, I don't. Again, I need to remind people, what has Microsoft done for you that has been good for you, the gamer, in the past. And if you want to say Game Pass, well, that's fine. But what are the best games that have come to Game Pass? I mean, games. I mean, I guess maybe games they had to pay for. So I guess we can count that. Maybe Forza, we can count that. But I just, I don't know, man. It's just getting tiring at this point. All I will say is this: is that if that's your stance, I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. Like if your stance is, I think this is a win for gamers, and I'll ask you maybe to just tell me why that is, and okay, sure, man. Like again, I'm not trying to, and if that really is just what it is it's Game Pass, then that's fine, man. Like I'm not trying to fight it. I'm not. I just, again, just be aware of who is giving you this deal. MBG, show your games collection someday. Yeah, maybe someday I will. All right, let me see. Parks, you're saying, well, no, that was deleted. David, you're saying okay, well, that was deleted as well. Jesus, man. I just like I'm scrolling through these names. Giovanni, you're saying, explain to me why Xbox getting Activision Blizzard is bad. The reason why, well, first off, I'm not saying definitively it's bad. And I want to make that clear because I feel like that's what you're framing it as. I'm telling you it's definitively only bad. I don't like to talk like that because these situations are more nuanced. And I think anybody who wants to ask a question like that, like, why is it bad? You need to understand that it's not that simple. I wish it was. This stream would have been ended like 2.5, 3 hours ago if it was that simple. But why I think it can be bad is simply because, well, there's a couple reasons. Number one, you have to look at Microsoft's end goal here. Okay, their end goal is no different than anybody else's. It's volume. We want as many people as possible into Game Pass. And that makes total sense. Why wouldn't they want that? But with them making a move on Activision Blizzard, an entity that big with IP that valuable, the message is clear. We don't just want a lot of people on Game Pass. We want everyone. Like we are looking to reach new levels here, new heights. The big problem with this, the big potential, again, I have to say potential problem because we don't know. It could go the other way. It could be great. Putting that out there. The big potential problem is if Microsoft wins, like, let me use that terminology. If Microsoft gets their way, where we spend copious amounts of money for all of these big publishers and we put all of their games in the Game Pass, and these games are expensive as hell to make. Do you know how expensive Call of Duty is to make year over year? Unbelievably expensive. It also makes a lot of money, though. But most of that money is made on full game sales. All right? When you do that, and if Microsoft wins and they begin to court more and more and more, and Game Pass just starts to bloat. By bloat, I mean they blow past 50 million subs. Now that they have Activision Blizzard, now that they have Call of Duty, and who knows who else they'll get. They keep going further and further. Maybe one day they make it to 100 million. There will be, my question to you is, who will be there to compete with that? Who will be there to compete with Microsoft and their 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 million subscription service with Game Pass that offers Call of Duty yearly? Better question. Whoever is going to be there, what are they going to have? What are they going to have? Well, they're probably not going to have Call of Duty. We know they're not going to have anything from Bethesda. They probably won't have any future active. And you need to understand that this gives Microsoft control. It gives them power. And this is what they are paying for. I wish people could see it more clearly, and I know that they won't, and I feel like I don't really care to try to fight to get them to see it because they don't want to believe it. They won't believe it. But what Microsoft is paying for right now is power and leverage. And people, you would think by now people would be smart enough to know that when billion and trillion dollar corporations amass enough power, they're not trying, like, they're going to exploit you. Or they're going to exploit whoever's working for them. This is what happens. This is what happens. It has always happened. This is the only way it has ever went. Someone loses. And that someone is not the competitor, because the competitor isn't even in the picture. You know, a company that's actually really, it can relate to this a lot. Look at Amazon. Everybody keeps telling me, like, go look at what PlayStation did a second. Go look at what Amazon did. Okay? Go follow their trajectory, and you will see some parallels between what Amazon did and what Microsoft is doing now. And they're bleeding, they plan to bleed the competition. They plan to outspend the competition. And for all the people who are saying, well, that's fair and that's fine, I'm not asking you to care whether or not it's fair. I'm not asking you to say it's unfair. I'm just simply trying to explain to you that, what do you think their end game is? Do you really, truly, in your heart of hearts, believe Microsoft's end game is to give you the best possible deal and the most possible content? Do you really fucking think that? Because if so, you are a fool. And you are going to, if that's really what you're going into it thinking, you're going to end up you're probably going to end up quitting gaming one day. You will. Because you're going to realize that this is not about you, the consumer. This is not about creating better games. This is not about growing studios. This is about the end game, man. The end game is about numbers. It's about being the first one there, and hopefully the only one there in the gaming subscription service. And you need to believe me when I tell you, because you want to know why this is bad for Activision Blizzard? Well, first off, Activision Blizzard, they've had some bad shit happening without Microsoft. So I don't know that it could get worse, but one thing I can assure you of, and this will happen, and it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be an interesting day. It might not happen immediately, but you need to understand, quality is not Microsoft's priority. If you think quality is Microsoft's priority, you have completely lost the plot, and you have no clue. You clearly know nothing about this corporation at all. Okay? If you think that Microsoft's goal is to get 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 plus million people into Game Pass is based off of producing the highest quality video games that you can get, you are going to be very, very disappointed. Saying, MBG, you've proved you've got no clue what's going on. Prediction isn't one of your abilities. It's not about, I'm not predicting anything. Well, I mean, I guess technically it is a prediction, but I'm just saying, like, who here wants to tell me that Microsoft has proven they know how to prioritize quality gaming? Like, quality video games. Please tell me, what has Microsoft done to prove that? And I'm just waiting for somebody to mention Starfield. saying quality is subjective. Yeah, I guess you're right about that one. That's a tough. See, that's where, again, that's the catch-22 of it all, because you're not wrong. You're not. That statement is not untrue. Quality is subjective, and I wish that it didn't have to. Basically, the conversation didn't have to end there, but it pretty much it does, because, dude, like, I saw how people reacted. Like, I saw how people reacted to the Xbox showcase. And it made, like, something that it made clear to me is that Game Pass doesn't need a constant flow of big AAA games. It just needs one. It just needs one. And everything else can kind of prop that up. And it is what it is, man. Like, the reason why I don't care to fight it anymore, and I really, I'll be honest, man, like, I feel like I am just giving up, is because it is a losing battle. Because, again, like, why are people cheering us on? Because I get Activision Blizzard games in Game Pass, and the number one game from Activision Blizzard is Call of Duty. And that's what people want, man. Like, that's what they want. And I can't fight that. But it is what it is, man. Like, if you look, and to get back to the super chat, because it's interesting. I like having these conversations. I do. And I really appreciate the super chats that are trying to challenge me a little bit, because I like it. It's nice. Giovanni, if I'm saying your name correctly. You're saying, explain to me why this Activision Blizzard, or Xbox getting Activision Blizzard, is bad. All I feel like I can really say at this point is that if you truly trust Microsoft and the Xbox division to do right by Activision Blizzard, their games, their IP, their franchises, and their fans, then I'm not going to sit here and say anything more than that. Because if you really believe that, why? What's the point in explaining anything? Because for me, the most obvious thing, like, if you really want my just the, get cut to the chase here, like, what is it? Again, man, Xbox fucks everything up that they touch. Pretty much. Like, they have proven they don't know what they're doing in this industry. They don't. They just don't. The only time they've ever succeeded is when their main competitor shot themselves in the foot. And anytime after, they've only failed. So if you want to know why I think Xbox getting Activision Blizzard is bad, it's the same reason why I think anybody going to Xbox is going to be bad for them. Because Xbox doesn't know what they're doing. Now, Activision Blizzard, the one thing that they may benefit from here is, well, dude, I'm telling you, man, you guys watch out. If Bobby Kotick leaves, oh man, it's going to be fun to watch what happens next, because people do not understand. Bobby Kotick, he has run Activision for, what was it, like 30 years or some crazy shit like that? He saved Activision Blizzard. This man literally came out and told everybody, under oath, yeah, Game Pass is not good for this industry. That thing that everybody's cheering on, it's pretty bad. It's not going to help us. It's not going to help anybody. And that's fine. Like, people are going to say, well, I don't care about Activision Blizzard's money. And I don't either. But I'm pretty sure that's not exactly what he's communicating. I'm pretty sure it goes a little bit deeper than that. But if you don't want to believe that, if you don't want to believe Jim Ryan under oath saying that pretty much all publishers unanimously hate Game Pass, and there's a reason, but you truly want to convince yourself that you are cheering on for the best is yet to come in this industry through Game Pass. Well, again, I don't feel the need to fight that, because if that's really what you want, then go for it. Go for it. You want Microsoft to be in charge of one of the world's leading shooters? Maybe, what is it? Is it still number one? Is Call of Duty the number one shooter in the world? You want them to be in charge of it? You want them to run that shit? Let them. I look forward to it, because the last first-person shooter that had one of the biggest brand names in the world literally got flushed down the toilet. So have fun with that. It is what it is, man. You know, it's like asking me why I wouldn't want a chef who has gotten the worst reviews and produced some of the most heinous dishes that people have had to consume. It's like asking, like, why don't you want them working at your 5-star restaurant? Like, do I really need to explain that? Do I really need to explain why a person who doesn't know what they're doing shouldn't be working at, one of the, one of the most, I don't want to say quality, but a place where people have to fucking know what they're doing? Whatever, man. It's just crazy to me. It's crazy. That to me is the craziest thing about this situation, that I get, like, people like, and I'm just going to go on right now, and I get it. Like, oh man, the crying, the salt, whatever. People can have fun with this stream when it's all said and done, and it is what it is. The reality is, like, dude, I'm not going to keep, I cannot keep talking about this. I don't know. This stream might be the last time I talk about it. Like, the next time a big piece of news comes out, I might just make like a short, like 2-minute video just saying, hey guys, just so you know. And even then I might not, because it's just, there's no fighting it anymore. There's no fighting it anymore. And I get it. Like, people like, MBG, shut the fuck up. Like, all right, man, like I am just going to have to fade into the background, because Microsoft did win, man. They won, and the ramifications, we'll see. We'll see if they, look, I could be wrong. And a lot of people in the chat, at least some people in the chat, are saying, MBG, you've been wrong many times before. Yeah, I'm wrong about many things, and I hope this is one of them. Saying heinous is a little strong. It's heinous. Yeah, it is a little strong. Severin Evans, you're saying, I don't think it's exclusivity or Call of Duty revenue being the issue. I think Jim Ryan doesn't want to compete with the Game Pass model. Well, yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And that is something that I failed to mention this entire time. You're saying, Jesus, MBG, just swipe $15 and you have it all. Think about it. Think about what you just said. It's just $15 and you get it all. You don't see, like, where the problem lies potentially. You don't see how maybe it's like, I don't know about this. How can I just go from paying $70 a pop to games to now I only got to pay $10 a month? What? What's going on? Oh, nothing. Just Microsoft. They got your back, man. They'll cover the cost for you. No, but to get back to the super chat, you're right. You say Jim Ryan doesn't want to compete with the Game Pass model. Why do you think Sony doesn't want to compete with the Game Pass model? Oh my God. See, I'm at that point. I'm so tired, man. And I'm Severin Evans. This is not to you. People have convinced themselves that Sony, a video game corporation that has proven they know how to properly manage AAA video game studios. They know what they're doing. They've done a good job for many decades. They've learned the hard way how to make games and manage a large portfolio of AAA studios. People have convinced themselves that the only reason that somebody like Jim Ryan or anybody else who may be in charge of Sony doesn't want to do the Game Pass model is because it's just greed. They just want the money, because there's no conceivable way, there's not a chance in hell that it could just be it's not sustainable, especially if you're trying to do it the right way, especially if you know what you're fucking doing, especially if you don't have a company backing you up that's worth $2.6 trillion that basically wipes their ass with $7.5 billion like it's nothing. There's no fucking way it could be anything other than Sony's just fucking greedy. No, it's not. It's not. Because, I mean, sure, Sony has proven that, I mean, we even have the numbers. We even have the numbers of how much it costs Sony to make these AAA games. And we can do the math. And we can realize that, holy shit, this isn't even counting marketing. And some of their games are ballooning to $220 million. They have to pay their developers. And they have to pay them well, because these developers are talented and they know it. And Sony wants to keep that talent so they can keep making those games. But no, it's fucking greed that does it. That's what it is. It's just greed. Now, don't get me wrong. Does Sony want money and profit? Yes. But people are fucking out of their minds if they think for a second that Sony can do the Game Pass model. They would, dude, PlayStation Studios would become mid studios. That's what they would become. Mid studios. All of them. Because their budgets would drop. Their budgets would drop. There's no way. 200 million, 220 million in a game? Fuck that shit. Never happening again. But yet people want to tell themselves that this is what Microsoft's going to do with Game Pass. With all these games that are dropping in day and date, you think these games are going to have those budgets? You think these games are going to have that many developers working on them? You think these games are going to have that level of polish? I mean, maybe some of them, but far and few in between. Fucking Hellblade has been in development since like fucking 2018, and we haven't seen a single sliver of gameplay except for the woman running on rails and a cutscene. Do you know how many fucking single-player AAA games Sony has put out since that time? So this is why I'm just so tired of this conversation. And you know what? These people, they want to hold the line and they want to cheer on a future that they're gonna fucking... Dude, it's cool, man. It's cool. Because you know what the reality is? If that, again, I know I'm getting whiny. I know. If that's what you want, then by all means, cheer it on and go support it. I'm not. And my whole thing is I need to just like let the shit go, because it's just, look, man, I really hope, as Microsoft continues to brute force their way to the top, to just buy publishers and IP and games that they didn't make, they didn't create, they didn't facilitate them, they had nothing to do with them, as they continue to just buy and buy. Dude, boss, you gotta go, man. And buy away and just punch their fucking way to the top without even blinking, while simultaneously convincing everybody they're just the weak little helpless ant that can't do anything. I just hope Sony, I just hope Sony sticks with their guns and doesn't feel the need to chase Game Pass, because if they do, well, that's it. That's a wrap. Oh, dude, Severin Evans, I'm sorry, man. I didn't realize you had another super chat under here. You're saying, also not saying he should compete with the Game Pass model. Either Xbox can loss lead them and ruin if they do that. It is what it is, though, sadly. And then, Severin, you have another one. You're saying MBG not name calling or coming at you here, but your little rants become unhinged at times. It's hard to stay objective when you're being hyperbolic, to be frank. Well, I get that, man. And I'm not trying to come off. I know that I'm being somewhat hyperbolic, and I do apologize. Well, I would apologize for that, but it's just kind of in my nature to be that way sometimes. But I just, I guess it just doesn't feel hyperbolic to me, because again, like, I just feel like I've witnessed it and I've lived it and I've experienced it with Microsoft. And I get how it can seem hyperbolic, but it's like, dude, I was there cheering this company on. Like, I was one of these dudes, man, that, like, these guys that are out here now cheering, like, they don't know. Like, they can't, if they know and they're still cheering, oh my God. I'm assuming most of them don't know. Like, dude, I was in your shoes. I know this company, man. Like, I know these people who are running this shit. As in, like, I've followed them and I saw what they said. I listened to what they said. I saw what they did. And I see where they are now. And it really, I hate to say it, but it does become a situation where it's like, if you know, you fucking know. And I think a lot of people just simply don't. And that's what makes me nervous about it. And that's why I can't help but turn it into a bit of fear mongering, because it's like, you need to be worried about who you are cheering on right now. The leader, if the leadership changed, I would feel differently right now, somewhat. If Matt Booty and Phil Spencer and Aaron Greenberg basically all got, like, moved somewhere else into Microsoft and just fresh leadership took over, I would feel very differently, because I'd be like, okay, these are new people. Let's see what they can do. But that's not what this is. These are not new people. These are the same people who have proven they don't know what they're doing. And instead, they are just getting money to spend to not even manage. Think about that. Phil Spencer and Matt Booty, they're not going to manage Activision Blizzard. And if they try, they're going to fucking sink that ship faster than anything they've ever sunk before. You're talking about you're talking about the head of Xbox Gaming couldn't even manage one IP and one studio, 343 and Halo. You think this man is going to be able to handle taking over Bobby Kotick's job of dealing with Call of Duty year in and year out? I mean, seriously, do you really think that? Maybe some people do. I don't know why you would. You're saying Bobby is not going anywhere? Probably not, dude. I'm telling you, I'm going to have a whole stream if Bobby Kotick actually leaves Activision. I'm going to have a whole fucking stream dedicated to that, because I'm telling you, oh man, that is the death rattle. It is fucking game over, bro. And Bobby knows it. Bobby knows it. Dude, there's a reason why when he was on the stand, he was like, I don't know what Xbox is doing, bro, but that's their fucking problem, not mine. But yeah, well, I guess I'm just trying to say, man, that, like, I don't know where the faith comes in. I don't know why people have so much faith in Microsoft all of a sudden. I get maybe they're just overcome by the excitement. Maybe that's what it is. maybe they're overcome by the excitement that it's like, well, we get even more games in our great deal service here. Maybe that is all it is, and that's why people suddenly feel so rejuvenated about Microsoft. But I just feel like I have to try to tell people or remind them or let them know if they're not aware. Like, dude, look, man, Microsoft. I don't know that they've earned. I don't even say earn. I just don't know that they've done anything to warrant this type of hype, to warrant this type of good faith. And I don't know. I guess that's maybe where the as I say, the disconnect between me and maybe like-minded people like me and many other casual gamers, where it's like, well, dude, I don't care what Microsoft did up until this point. They're saving me money now. And again, that's where I'm like, well, I hope you're right, man. Like, I hope it's worth it in the long run. That's all. But if you ask me, I don't see it. Sam Chillin' Board, you're saying buy a Series X and PS5, not a Series S, and get over it. Well, I mean, of course I could buy a Series X. I have a gaming PC. It's not about getting over anything. Like, dude, I am not at all focused on Activision Blizzard's games, because it is what it is, man. Like, I don't really play Call of Duty, as I said, anymore, and I mean, apparently it's like a new Spyro game. I saw that new Crash game come out, and it didn't look very good. It's just like, I'm okay. It's it's not about losing access to games at this point. It really is about the long-term implications or ramifications, potentially, of like, look, man, if they can just keep. Yeah, I see somebody saying it's not just about having all the consoles. Jesus, it really is not just about that, man. Like, Sam Chillin' Board, you're saying, my bad, don't buy an Xbox, buy a PC and PS5, and you're right, man. Like, I'm not against that. I think that is a great thing for anybody to do. Where it's like, if you want to have access to all these games and you don't want to be left out on anything, that is the best way to go about it. PC, Switch, PS5. Xbox, Switch, PS5, nothing wrong with that. And I'm not encouraging people not to buy Xboxes. I don't know, man. I just, we'll see. Bush Wagner, you're saying now there's no way PlayStation can compete with Xbox Game Pass. Talk about a monopoly. Are they just going to buy the rest of the market? Well, that's kind of the plan, I think Microsoft's hope is that if they can if I had to guess what Microsoft would try to do after Activision Blizzard, it would be, let's see if we can get away with another publisher, and really, like, keep in mind what the judge's ruling was. The judge's ruling that is that, hey, we're not siding with the FTC because Microsoft has basically proven they're not going to take games away from the competitor. You see what I'm saying? And so the idea that Microsoft can do that again, it's going to happen. I'm pretty sure, because you look at all these other regulators that just were like, yeah, go ahead, Microsoft, you got it, bro. There were only like 2 regulators, maybe 3 at most, that were like, hold on now. And the CMA was, and the FTC was the most aggressive, and they got demolished. The CMA was very aggressive, but now they're backing off. Microsoft is going to get another one. They are. And the reason why they're going to be able to is because, again, they're going to be able to look back. Microsoft is actually going to be able to leverage what is happening right now and say, see, we proved to you that we're not going to make Activision Blizzard games exclusive, and we're not going to take them away. So what's wrong now? We're going to do the same thing. I have to imagine there will be a limit, but this is not it. I would be surprised if this is the limit. And what you're saying, like, was Microsoft just planning on buying the market? Yes, they are. They're gonna buy the market, and they're gonna throw those games in the Game Pass, and They're going to become the one-stop shop, man. That it really is what they're trying to become in terms of gaming subscriptions. And it's I don't know how Sony is going to compete. Sony can't compete with that. They literally can't compete with that. That's the funniest part is Sony literally can't compete with that. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do, man. If Microsoft gets another publisher, I have no fucking idea what Sony's going to do. Roberto Sosa, you're saying it's time for Sony to show the big guns in an end of the year showcase. That would be great. You're saying it reminds me of Netflix versus Blockbuster. I don't know. I don't know, man. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's not that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I would love for Sony to bring out another showcase, dude. I would love for them to just be like, hey, man, we got to step it up here. We got to get the mind share back on our side. I see someone saying MBG, the deal is dead, right? I don't think so. That would be the funniest thing is like after this 5-hour stream, it's like it turns out that the deal just actually doesn't go through. It somehow still gets blocked. I'd be like, well, goddamn. Oscar the Homeless, you're saying, what's crazy, LOL, Sony did not sign a deal. Yeah, they didn't, dude. They didn't sign a deal. So I don't know. They're playing it fast and loose. Solid Crusader 89, you're saying, when I woke up and saw this news, I felt that Sony should seriously consider a major step and acquire either Square Enix or Konami or maybe Capcom. Well, there's no doubt, as I said, that these are things that they've already considered. It's just a matter of, you have to think, like, do any of them want to be acquired? I don't think Capcom does. I don't think Konami does. I think Square probably is the only one that I feel like would be like, yeah, we would like to be acquired by Sony. But I don't know if Sony would want to do that. Titus Crow, you're saying, you're out here, MBG, not hiding away. Even the hate watchers have to give you credit. It's all good fun anyway. Only gaming as long as we all have fun. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the irony of this whole thing is like I'm going on and on for, again, nearly 5 hours here. But dude, I've just been enjoying Final Fantasy for the past 3 days, and I'm going to continue to enjoy it when this is done, and I'm enjoying gaming. But I still have my passion here for the industry, and I don't mind, man. I don't mind if I got to be in a corner on my own, or maybe with just a certain, group of people that are in my corner with me. It's fine. Right now, the easiest thing to do. I could flip flop, right? It could be like, hey, I started with Xbox, and I think I'll just go back. Like, hey, they're finally doing what I want them to do. No, they're not doing what I wanted them to do. Not at all. That's why I'm not going back. That's why I'm still not buying an Xbox. Like, they still aren't doing what I asked them to do. Make some better games. I'm not I didn't ask them to buy Starfield and make it exclusive. I didn't ask them to do anything with Bethesda. I fucking asked them to make good games. And it's whatever. Maybe Fable. We'll see. But Josh, you're saying, I wasn't saying that because I'm holding out for a block from the FTC. Just going off of what it has been for the past year and a half, everyone is suddenly an expert. Yeah, that is, I get where you're coming from, Josh. Look, if there's one thing I've learned about this is no one's an expert. No one is. Even those who were involved on a deeper level, people who are, it's their literal job to do this stuff. Even they're not. They've been wrong numerous times. And it just goes to show that it's like, saying the CMA blocked the deal, it's dead. Yeah, but the CMA is now, I don't know if you missed this, Eric, but the CMA is renegotiating with Microsoft right now as we speak. So, yeah, It's not as blocked as you might think. But oh, you're okay. Yeah. You're saying the CMA is not needed for the deal to go through. Yeah. Yeah, they could have they can still close the deal without the CMA, and I think the CMA got fucking scared. I think the CMA got pretty fucking, they're like, "Oh my god, they're going to close this deal without us." And I think, it was a hold, they were holding out, man. Like they were trying to call each other's bluff, and the CMA blinked, dude. The CMA 100% blinked. And keep in mind, they went from the CMA, again, to reiterate, they went from no fucking way, fuck you, Microsoft, to yeah, let's whoa, hold on, let's put everything on pause. We want to talk again. Maybe we could work this out. All right, that's what it went from. That's what is happening, dude. And what does that tell you? What does that tell you, man? I'm not, and believe me, and that just goes to show, what did the experts say? The experts pretty much said that, hey, if the CMA is blocking it, it's over, right? There's no chance. We'll see. But you're right, though. I mean, Josh and Eric, you guys are correct in that we still don't have the final outcome. We're right on the cusp of it happening, but the coming week or so, or two, should be interesting. King Sam, you're saying, hey, ABG, just beat Final Fantasy 16. Got one Chronolith trial left before New Game Plus. Combat, boss fights, and main story were great. Most side quests felt like filler, but some great ones toward the end. Solid 8 out of 10. Yeah, it's a really good game. I can't rate it yet. But I will say that the story's great. Top tier. Main boss fights are fucking S tier, S plus tier. The side quests are hit or miss. There are some really good side quests, and then there are other ones that definitely, you could tell like there are filler side quests, which I don't mind. Like I get it, but you could feel it. So I'm glad you enjoyed the game, man. Sounds like you're going for the platinum. All right, let me see. We got OGTK Cole. You're saying, no disrespect, but you sound very defeated, and it shouldn't be like that. Just play video games no matter what the console. It's a hobby, MBG. No, dude, chill, man. Well, I appreciate the sentiment. There's no defeat here, man. Like, well, first off, I'm just genuinely kind of exhausted for talking for 5 hours straight nonstop. That's probably why I look like this or sound like this. But no, man, I will always be optimistic at the end of the day. I can't help it. Like, even for as negative as I am towards this whole thing, the reality is I'm going to walk away from this basically just saying, well, hey, it is what it is. I can't do anything about it. Hopefully Sony does more work now, and hopefully Sony delivers more good shit. And I hope it works out for Microsoft and their fans. That's it. Because you know what? Because that's the thing is, I don't think people quite understand that it's not, and I know how it sounds like they think you just want Xbox to fail. It's really not that. I don't want Xbox to win at the expense of the things that I've come to appreciate in this industry basically being, slowly crumbled and destroyed. That's it. And I know that to some people that's like, whoa, man, but really that's all it is. I walked away, like I said, from Xbox's showcase basically saying, like, to me, this looks like they can compete. It's not necessarily my cup of tea, right? Like I'm not sold on all these games at all, but they had a good pipeline, man. They have a good lineup, it seems, and people are feeling very confident in it, very excited about it. And that's where it's just like, I want to be like, yeah, but there's just something about the way Microsoft is operating right now that I am convinced like there's something nefarious here, and it seems pretty obvious to me. but people are cheering it on, and it's like it makes me feel like, well, I don't know, maybe I am wrong. That's why I'm questioning everything I say, because it's like, maybe I am wrong, man. I'm not that stubborn. I'm not so stubborn that I don't realize like I can be totally wrong, and I have been wrong many times. But sometimes we just have to go with our intuition, and I'm sure everybody has that firsthand experience of you have a strong feeling about something and maybe you were wrong about it, and that's okay. And I'm not kidding, guys. I'm not kidding when I tell you I would love to be wrong about this. I would, because if I'm not wrong, or if I am wrong, if I am wrong, it means this is all going to work out great for everyone. What's wrong? Why would I cheer against that? It just sounds a bit too ideal. Sounds a bit too fantastical, I guess you could say. But I appreciate the sentiment, man. Kanashiro, you're saying it only took 8 years to destroy Halo. Call of Duty when? And then you're saying everybody's saying money hatting after their favorite X bot started using the phrase. What a bunch of sheep. I wish I don't know exactly what you're talking about there, or who you're talking about, but yeah, the whole money hatting thing. It's a strange scenario, isn't it? Isn't it so strange? Like, it's strange that people are condemning like money hatting, but praising, like buying in bulk, I guess. Like, buying publishers in mass. It's a very strange. It is very strange. Like, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I wish I could tell you, man. Kendallfire22, you're saying, well, to be frank, if Xbox does achieve their goal of getting 100 plus million Game Pass subs, they could have their cake and eat it too. Expensive games and a cheap service. Yeah, and that's the tough part about it, man, is that you are right, and I should acknowledge that angle, that if they do manage to get that many subscribers, then it's like, oh yeah, we could easily put this much money. We could put way more money into our games. But the question becomes this. The question is, who is going to be there to challenge them to do that? Well, it would have to be Sony, right? If Sony can't afford to put that kind of money into their games, because let's just run a scenario. Like, another last scenario. Sony realizes, shit, man, we got to pivot. We got to start doing the Game Pass model, and we got to catch up to Microsoft, because Microsoft they've established this as the future and everybody's on board. We can't be left behind. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying if it does, Sony's going to have some catching up to do. Question, how does Sony continue to maintain the type of games that they make and the output while dropping them day and date into Game Pass at the price that Game Pass, or PS Plus at the price that PS Plus is? I don't know. Something's got to give. They got to scale down. They have no choice but to scale down, or they have to eat the cost. And if they start eating the cost, how long can they eat the cost before it becomes unprofitable and just starts bleeding them? See, this is where I'm saying, this final point here, I don't think that what Microsoft is doing is ultimately to spend more money on games. I really don't. I don't think that at all. I think that what Microsoft is doing is to actually spend less money on games. Dude, I love these people who come to my stream to just be like, you've been crying, man. You've been moaning. Like, dude, you're fucking here with me. You're getting nothing out of it. Like, you're the fucking idiot. Don't people realize that? Well, whatever. Like, it's like you're here with me. It's one thing if you say I'm whining and I'm crying. You're the one listening to me. At least almost everybody else in the chat wants to be here and is engaged. Fucking God. Like, the level, this is what I'm saying, man, the stupidity, it's just bleeding over, man. It just comes through. Chill, MBG. I'm not going to chill. No, I'm pretty chill. I am pretty subdued, man. I didn't have coffee. I'm not, I didn't work out today either, though. Fuck. But I'm here for the best rants on YouTube. All right, let me see. But yeah, that's the last point I wanted to make, Kendall Fires. I don't think Microsoft's end goal is how do we spend more money on our games. Even if they, keep in mind, even if they have more money to spend, you're going to have to ask yourself, why would they? Because let me tell you, what would be the incentive for Microsoft if they continue to grow Game Pass without having to make $220 million budget games? You know, what would their incentive be to continue to raise the cost of their games? I mean, apparently Microsoft dumped, I don't know if this is true, but apparently they dumped almost $500 million into Halo Infinite. And I'll tell you right now, after that, they're probably thinking we need to make sure we spend a lot less money on our games, because that is absurd if that's true. Hadi Sader, you're saying, as a PC gamer, I'm very happy about this. Sony kept making zombie DLCs exclusive to PS4 for a month. Sony shouldn't be talking about restricting games. It's baffling me. That I totally understand. And that's actually a great point. I will say, I always thought the timed DLC stuff was very stupid. And I understand why they would do it, like, because it probably works. I never respected that. Like, I always, when Microsoft did it, when Sony did it, to me, all that shit was dumb, you know? And it got even dumber over time where they're like, here's an exclusive double XP. Like, what? It just got really dumb. And I will agree that that is one thing to be happy about. That is one thing to be happy about in terms of Sony no longer, you know, having these dumb, or, you know, time DLC stuff. I never understood that. So I appreciate the super chat, Hadi, or Haiti. I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Salvazard06, you're saying Embracer Pass will step up MBG LMAO. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's who Microsoft's going to go for next. They're going to go for Embracer Group. Oh, that would be a match made in heaven. Actually, that probably would work. If you think about the games that Embracer makes, that'd probably work. Right? Embracer makes like more like AA games, like not the biggest AAA. Anyway, guys, holy shit. 5-hour stream. I got to end it here. But before I do, I want to give a big shout out to everybody. Today was literally one of the most toxic days on the internet. And I've been doing this for a long time. I've been on the internet for a while now. And oh, believe me when I tell you, this is the most toxic day I've ever seen in all my years. But I want to thank you guys for showing up, hearing me out, hanging out with me, dealing, and huge shout out to my mods. Okay, got to give a big shout out to my mods today. Shit was crazy. You guys stepped up. You did your job. You kept it clean, kept it professional. Really want to thank you guys for that. Made it a lot easier for me to kind of, you know, engage with the chat and read it. Absolutely huge shout out to all those who gifted channel memberships today. Really, really appreciate that. I couldn't do what I do here if it wasn't for your support. I am fan funded. Massive shout out to all those who get donated super chats. A lot of conversations happening today. Really appreciate everybody who's either agreeing with me, challenging me, giving your thoughts, giving your opinions. You know, shout out to the fucking dumbasses that clearly don't like me, but were sent here to give me a super chat for some reason. Thanks for that money. And just a huge shout out to everybody who supports me and my content, and who, you know, all you guys who show up to watch. What would be the point of doing a stream if nobody was here to watch or listen? So, and yeah, and to everybody who became a member as well. We had a few people actually become members today. Huge shout out to you guys. Thank you for that support. So, if only MBG got a $2 super chat for each hater he had. Dude, if I got a $2 super chat from every hater on planet Earth that hates MBG, man, I would be able to retire. So maybe it's a good thing that doesn't happen, you know? Nah. All right, guys, that does it. And also one final shout out to Devil Shooter. I don't know if he's here right now, but he's been doing the timestamps for the streams. Big shout out to him. He's been doing great work. If you see him in the comments, give him a big thank you. And that does it, guys. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. I'm gonna go play some more Final Fantasy. Hopefully, complete the game soon. And don't know when I'm gonna do another stream. Hopefully soon. Who knows? Might be as soon as tomorrow, and we'll see what we end up talking about. So, all right, guys, that does it. Until next time.